Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your fearless host, Elise. And I want to say happy birthday to Kevin Lenahan. Today's his birthday, so everybody wish Kevin a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Kevin. I know he's probably not saying this. He's doing his own stream, but we wish him a happy birthday, of course, nonetheless. So couple things happened since yesterday. Erica Walsh was arrested in the buffer zone for her sweatshirt. And of course, I do, and Tom was thrown, dragged, and I put air quotes because these are the things that he claims. Of course, that's not what happened. And picked up to cross the street. The problem with these people is that, good morning, Joan. They have been told numerous times where they can and can't be. And they choose to not listen. So I think it was planned so they could go see a judge. It's not going to help them. They have a federal court date set. It's not going to help them. They were told, as a matter of fact, it's going to hurt them. It's just going to prove why the buffer zone needs to be there. So, I mean, we're talking about the same Erica Walsh that last week they told her she couldn't wear her free hair and read shirt. And instead of turning it inside out or leaving and putting another shirt on, she decided she was going to take her shirt off and walk away in her sports bra and then complain about how she had to walk away in her sports bra. No, sweetie, you could have just left, put a different shirt on. That's an option too. Being dramatic is also an option, which is what you did. But I mean, you didn't have to walk away in your sports bra. You could have just left, turned your shirt inside out, went and got another one. You knew you shouldn't have been in that area with it on to begin with. You could have moved to a different area where you are allowed to have it. Like, come on, man. Come on. Seriously. Like, the amount of lying they're willing to do is ridiculous. Also, yesterday, 6 out of the 21 or so cases of morning, JMS, of the sewer turtles were dismissed, but he lost the motion to dismiss on the other 16, 15, I don't fucking know. There's like 20, 21, 22, whatever it is now, whatever he's up to at this point. So they dismissed one of the counts of picketing and 5 of the counts of witness intimidation. But the main ones remain, the ones against Lindsay, Chris Albert. They dismissed one against the 2 officers, Yuri and Michael Proctor, but the one with Michael Proctor's wife remains. So, I mean, he can call that a win if he wants. You're taking 60 years or so off your sentence. You're still looking at least a life sentence on all the rest of them charges. And the judge did not find means to dismiss them, which indicates he's in big doo-doo. He's in big trouble. He might want to think about plea deals, although we know he won't. He can just follow in Karen's footsteps. Let's see how well that's working out for her right now. Like, oh, didn't I not tell you guys this is what they would say? All they're going to hear is the word CV and lie. They didn't listen to any of that. Didn't listen to any of it, you guys. None of it. Not a single bit of it. They did not listen to the fact that Alessi wasn't harping on his CV for an hour. He was harping on the LinkedIn. How many of you have LinkedIn that you have not updated in 5 or more years? How many of you have a LinkedIn that updated in 10 or more years? You know what I'm saying? Like, how many of you actually update your LinkedIn ever since you were like younger? Or most people who update them are CEOs, doctors, things of that nature. Normal, everyday professionals don't usually update them unless you're looking for a job actively or something along those lines. Yeah, and then Karen Reed and Alan Jackson did not update their LinkedIn, so I'm sorry, but it's not really a good look for them. Now, is it? I mean, I called it. I said it would happen. It did. You guys know my batting average at this point. Like, hey, yep, it's so funny to me. Like, so funny. Well, so that's the thing. Six total were dismissed. One count of picketing, and then the other 4 or 5 were witness intimidation charges, but they were against people who, like, it was mostly like online, the ones that he went to their houses and showed up at their kids' sports games and those ones remain. which are the main ones. Either way, he tacked 2 more on recently. So, he wasn't picked for this week, Graves said. Yeah, I heard all about how Karen haven't, she's not a professor. I love how she says that. She was never a professor. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The one with the dispatch, the conspiracy with the looking up Jen's plates. That was the other thing that was just the conspiracy one was dismissed. So it was four witness intimidation, 1 count of picketing, and 1 conspiracy. So, hey, Richard, how are you, my friend? So that's what we got going on. The man remains on like 15 or so. Yeah, the misdemeanors. So, well, witness intimidation is not a misdemeanor, but picketing, the conspiracy might have been a misdemeanor. The picketing might have been a misdemeanor, but the other ones are not. They're felonies. Yeah, that, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's, I mean, here's the thing. The man still has over a dozen charges for witness intimidation. Okay. Yeah, we showed that one yesterday, Joan. Yeah, it's very much real. It's 100% real and verified. That is Karen Reed with her Grey Goose and Alan Jackson. If I'm his wife, I'm not happy right now. Just saying. Right? You know what I'm saying? Grave, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, the guy is not, he's still looking at like a life sentence with all those charges. It's the reality. And the other reality is that he will feel emboldened, because this is what narcissists do, right? Is he will feel emboldened by like some of those counts being dismissed, that he will then push forward and press on the gas instead of pressing on the brake. And so I expect to see some self-sabotage in T- any minute now. So that's some, I'm just saying, keep your eyes and ears open, folks, because this is what happens. It's a pattern of behavior. He gets emboldened, does something stupid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, it's the reality of who he is, unfortunately. He's very much a creature of habit, except those habits are not good habits. You know what I'm saying? Like, get a shopping habit or a shoe habit, a hat habit, something besides harassing people. I mean, anything is better than that. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, isn't it? If I'm his wife, I'm very not happy at the moment. I'm just saying. Like, I am very unhappy. Thank you, B. Harley. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. For me, I'm like, rocking my light blue eyeshadow from the palette, my new palette that I have. And they say it's for middle schoolers. So, I mean, I guess I'm in middle school with my blue eyeshadow, because I didn't know eyeshadow colors had like a limit. Didn't know they had a limit, but apparently, according to FKR, they have a limit. Somebody needs to tell them they don't make the world go round, but I don't think they realize that yet either. But also, it's kind of chilly here today. It is not hot here today like it has been. It's super chilly. So I used blue and a lighter blue and a little bit of some pop of color right here. I used some, oh my God, gold. I used gold on the insides and then a silvery red on the edge. People always ask me to do their makeup, and I'm always more than happy to. Have done some proms, some friends' kids' proms, and some dances, some events. Well, that's the thing, right? If that's my husband, you're making a fool out of me. And I'm no sucker and I'm no fool. So if I'm Alan Jackson's wife, I'm done with his BS. That's for sure. You're out shopping for alcohol with your client. Your client. Not your girlfriend, your client. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you, B. Harley. Yeah. We talked about that. So Alan Jackson and Karen's LinkedIn pages haven't been updated in a long time. So it's amazing to me how they go after everybody else for everything else. And of course, all the cult heard yesterday was, he lied on his CV. I told you guys that was going to happen. They don't listen to the words actually being spoken. They take one word from here and one word from here and go, oh my God, it's a bombshell. Alan Jackson should have probably crossed this guy, because Alessi spent an hour bitching about his LinkedIn page, not his CV. His CV was correct with the court that was submitted. Hank's going to, fix that in like 2 questions. Is your CV correct? Yes. Do you often check your LinkedIn page? Probably not. Like, does your LinkedIn page have anything to do with the data and experience that you've had for 10 years? I'm going to guess no again. Any level, I mean, I'm sure even some of you, right? Even some of you have probably at some point in life been smarter than your boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, whether they have a bachelor's or a master's or a whatever, right? Like, oftentimes, even with the master's or the bachelor's or the, like, whatever degree, right? You can have someone with experience that knows way more and is way better at their job that doesn't have a degree. Steve Jobs, Einstein, to name a few. Brilliant people, brilliant freaking people. Like, exactly, Grave. Everything other than addressing the actual data, because there's no way to debunk it. You know what I'm saying? There's no way. I don't think it's a marriage of convenience, Sarah Lynn, because it seems like his wife, she's a DA in California. And from the picture last year with Karen, there was some argument. So I don't think it's I do not think that it's a marriage of convenience. That's sure. 5 p.m. when it powers on, not a.m. So I wrote it all down. I have it here. That is when they power it on to get it off the tow truck to put it in the Sally port, I believe. I have all the times and stuff here. But imagine, like, some of you are going to, like, at any given point, if you don't have a bachelor's, you don't have a master's, you can still very well be much smarter than your boss or your boss's boss and do your job 10 times better than they do. You know what I'm saying? Like, it does not negate the man's expertise or the years and years he's been doing his job. There's a reason Aperture hired him. And it's clearly because he knows what he's doing. No? Yeah, no. And also, he's the only one out of all of these experts, okay, that found the goddamn sim. And then used a brand new way to get that data off. Otherwise, we'd be doing the first trial again where it was just unreadable, right? Binary code, zeros and ones and zeros. Like 0111100. That's what it looks like if you put it into a machine that can't read it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's literally what it looks like. So, it does not negate the man's amount of experience because he didn't update his LinkedIn. And of course, all the cult heard was, well, his CV. He must have lied, guys. No. I feel a diary coming on. I do. I feel a diary coming on. Feel a diary of a wimpy Alessi. That's what I feel like. Your Honor, this man didn't update his LinkedIn. Your Honor, my glasses are falling off. Hold on. Your Honor, I object. I object to his LinkedIn page not being updated. This is a farce. Dismissal. Mistrial all around. Did not update his LinkedIn. That's what he did for an hour. Essentially. Obviously, he didn't say those words, but you know what I'm saying? Like, he bitched and whined about his LinkedIn for an hour. Like, come on, man. Like, that is just utterly... I do believe they know deep down, Emma, that she's guilty. Come on, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and the defense witnesses aren't credible. We're talking about, the Russell Hustle, the Rusquatch. Like, she's probably the worst of them all. And then Richard Green works next to McNasty's and, lied to the police about assault. Like, I mean, is he friends with Tom? I'm wondering. Like, come on, man. And then what? Garrett Wing. That's the other one. And Arca, who talk oftentimes by sorry, guys. I keep forgetting to do this stupid clip video, and I need to do it. Sorry. CV is not part of my car. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, there's a ton of people that don't update them. It's common sense. Like, yeah, I saw that the Glare with all of his, dog-haired, got dog hair all over his suit jacket. Someone might want to give him a lint roller. But I mean, he's so smart, you guys. He's super smart. He sits in court and knows exactly what they're talking about. It goes completely over his head. He has no clue what they're talking about. But I mean, hey, if I had a lint roller, I'd give it to you just so you didn't look foolish on TV, sir. Get some dog hair, like, right. It's like really, you can all up in this general vicinity. Like, well, he had no certification to read Celebrate, and then didn't call Ian Whiffen back when Ian Whiffen called him after he called for help, of course, and didn't call Ian Whiffen back because hark, 227, y'all. That has been debunked numerous times, of course. The fact that he doesn't have a lousy BS in business and math does not negate his years of experience and expertise and multiple certifications in the actual field he's reporting on. Thank you, Claire. Exactly. By the way, good morning, Claire. Good morning, my friend. Also, I need to know if any of you are not busy this upcoming Sunday. There's something we're planning, and we're going to need some help. And if you're in the general vicinity and could help out, email me, text me, send me a message on any of the platforms. We could use the help real quick. Hi, Potluck. Someone should tell Karen to update her LinkedIn from financial analyst to junk professor to defendant in a murder trial. That's a good idea. Defendant in murder. Defendant. We're going to go with Alessi's word of if he says that one more time, I might piss myself crying. Defendant. The defendant. Also, if he asks people if they're in New York one more time, like, bro, you're in Massachusetts. Back to reality, sir. We're in Massachusetts. Like, oh, yeah, you like that? Like, it's so funny, especially when none of their experts are actually, like, credible in any way. Burgess has testified in trials before as an expert and has been using the same CV. I hope Hank brings that out on redirect. I am sure that he will. Like, well, that's the thing. They can't prove we're innocent. They know that, right? So now it's just about tainting the investigation, or anybody and everyone is a liar except Karen, which I don't think a jury's going to buy. Just FYI. Like, Burgess didn't provide inaccurate information to the court, and that's what should matter. Exactly. His CV was correct that he provided to the court. Whatever Aperture puts on their website, he has no control over. He has zero control over what happens on that website. The fact that I'll even question him about that is like the funniest thing on planet Earth, because if you think those jurors don't know that they don't have a say in what their employers put on their websites. And also, you run the risk of disparaging any of those jurors who have experience in their fields but don't hold a master's degree and know what they're doing. And that's risky with a jury from, like, Norfolk County, which are working people. Like, well, that's the thing. If they want to do third party, they have to prove it. Hence why we're not hearing from Brian Higgins, Brian Albert. We're not going to be hearing from them. I don't think we'll hear from Michael Proctor. If the defense calls him, that's different, but I don't see the Commonwealth calling. We're hearing that the Commonwealth might rest their case Tuesday or Wednesday. I think people thought it was this Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm thinking more like next Tuesday or Wednesday. We still have to hear from the ring expert, the Commonwealth's like dog expert. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there's some things that we have not heard from the Commonwealth yet. So I don't think they're wrapping up until next Tuesday or Wednesday, is I think what they meant. Well, I mean, Microdots was paid in the first trial to provide, like, graphics. So I don't know why anybody listens to that person. Like, the defense and Free Camry do not want the truth. They just want Karen to get off. Well, that's exactly what they want. That's what they want. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a good question. I don't know. But I'm sure he probably has a pretty penny. Or maybe none. Maybe none. Maybe it's just everyone else's money. You never know. You know what I mean? You never know. Like, just a quick comment. Education only reflects your capacity for learning, not your ability to do any type of work at all. Listen, I bet some of us here are smart enough to be CEOs. Guess what? It's about who you know. to get there. Just saying. There's plenty of very intelligent people here who could literally be the CEO of a very large business. And most of the CEOs are not people who got there because it was hard work and dedication and lots of schooling. It's because they knew someone. it's that simple. Like, some of the smartest people I know don't have a master's. They just don't have the time or funds to pursue further education. That's exactly it, Cleo. I will probably never have a master's in anything. Doesn't make me any less intelligent or able to do my job. I mean, I work in the criminal justice system. I worked in mental health in the criminal justice system, in a prison for the criminally insane. Like, that's not a line of work for the faint of heart. I'll tell you that much. But I also ran 10 locations of a chain for a long time as well. So, like, I have done various things over the years of my life and had various experiences, which is why I'm one of those people that just loves to learn. Like, give me a book about something and let me delve into it. Like, if you're not still learning in your 70s, 80s, 90s until you die, then you ain't doing it right. Like, there is never someone who's going to know everything, right? You're constantly learning, constantly. But if you're not open to willing to constantly learn, like, that's where you done F up. That when you think you know everything is where you done F up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Thank you, Joan. Thank you. I'm matchies. I'm going to tell you that my leggings don't match, though. I kid you not. I am wearing my my card leggings. They're like cards, like king, ace, and it's got like hearts and cherries, and they're black and white, and they have red on them, so they don't match, but they're comfy. So that's how tired from his back. Imagine long ass back hair comes popping through. Hilarious. Good afternoon to you, Trisha. I let's say good morning because it's good morning here, but good afternoon, Trish. Yeah, 3.5 inches isn't much. That'll, like, a half an inch stops everything in Texas, I'm told. My friend lives in Texas. She said literally, like, this much of snow stops everything there. Like, I will be. I promise. I always am, and I will. I will be careful. That's what she said. Right? Like, come on, man. Like, go back. We don't want you here. Boston says no. Like, well, I always do that. Listen, again, I worked in a prison for the criminally insane, this close to the inmates. And also have CPTSD, so my head's always on a swivel. Always on a swivel. Always, that's for sure. Like, I mean, he has to know that Bob isn't as great as they're trying to make him out to be. It's kind of common sense at this point. You would think, right? Like, the fictional video. Aruba, as far as I know, they were actually going to hear from at least one of the Aruba witnesses. I'll have to check and see if that has changed. But as far as I understood it, one of them were called. So I don't know. I'll have to check on that again. Thank you for reminding me, Joan, actually, to check on it. I should write it down so that I don't forget. If I don't write things down, I literally will forget. I kid you not. For real, though. Like, everything is generalized. And it's like, he's from here. So it's harder for me to understand how you haven't seen it yet. You know? Like, I just don't understand it at all. Well, they got bike cops today. They are not effing around with you people. Like, I mean, I guess if you have your own business, you're a CEO, right? So technically, I'm my own CEO as a sole proprietor. Like, a lot of people hate management. You're not the only one, my friend. Believe me, managing people sucks because people don't listen. Well, that's part of the problem, you know? Well, that's the thing, right? They can't refute the data. So he can't be trusted. But other people have already backed up this information aperture themselves with Dr. Welcher. But, hey, let's not listen to him because his LinkedIn is incorrect. Or a CV from 10 years ago has a minor thing on it that the company sent out. Remember, the company also sends out CVs. And when people type them up, there's this thing that's called human error. So that happens as well. I saw Hank's cool socks, and I was like, hey, Hank is a sock guy. I'm always being watched. I don't care. Always, I don't care. Oh, thank you, Eva. I know it's. I don't know where she went. You guys better go get her. We're gonna find her. I am local, yes. I would, but then you guys wouldn't have me for the trial. I mean, for me to sit in the trial and sit in there, I don't think really serves any purpose, Like I could. I have been down there. Last year when the mob went and harassed the O'Keefe family, me and a handful of other people went down and counter protested during jury deliberations because we felt that it was over the line for them to go and the family. So we went down there. I streamed the entire thing for our safety. And because there were so many of you all around the world that wanted to be there and help support. And that was another way for you guys to be able to be there and to see what was going on. It was hostile. We walked through the depths of hell, walked right through the middle of those people to find a spot. We had no idea where the buffer zone ended or began. So we kind of walked around the back to try to figure out where we can't see anything. So we had to walk through them to try to find a spot that we could be. And there just was nowhere up closer to the courthouse. So we went back to the spot that we eventually found, which was literally the buffer zone ended here. And we went here because here you can use your bullhorn. You can have your shirts on. Here you can have your signs. Inside you can't, but outside you can. So we went outside the buffer zone by like a foot or whatever. Like,
hey there, Karen Reed, trial watcher. So we know that.
I don't know, but I do feel like they set this up. They've been told numerous times, both of them, not to be where they are, not to wear certain things or do certain things, and they just keep doing them. It's not going to help. They think it's going to help them because they got a court date. What it's going to show is exactly why the judge put the buffer zone there to begin with and why it's necessary, because people can't behave themselves. Like, oh, crap. Thank you. I keep forgetting. Message, Matt. Keep forgetting. Most of you weren't here a minute ago, but I did say everybody should say happy birthday to Kevin. It's Kevin's birthday. And we should all say happy birthday to Kevin. Happy birthday, Kevin. I know he's obviously not watching, he's doing his own stream, but we wish him a happy birthday nonetheless. I see the, oh, you did? See, I think if you just emailed them to me, I could show them on screen, but I don't think I can do them from Discord either. But your pictures are so good, Christina, when it comes to showing like the depth of how high that snow was after they plow it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it was like. Like, that is it. Like, good morning, Kim. Let's see. Right? Coming into the court. Oh, the clown card. Dun, 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 dun. Objection, that wasn't my question. Well, I mean, I don't know who the doll is hosting today. I don't know. You'll have to ask her name. Yeah, 6, but he's the ones that got removed are the ones of like where he mostly did like the online harassment, where my opinion is that he should have been charged with cyber stalking in that instance. In those instances, the ones that remain are the ones where he went by people's houses, went to people's houses, stopped at kids' sporting events, those. There are people that are observing in court. That's the best I can give you for an answer on that. But there are people in the court that observe the jury. And as far as I understand it, it does, in their opinion, it doesn't look like it's FKR jury. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, the Reed family are really worried about they definitely are. Mr. Reed can't keep himself, from freaking out. Now he has to have a court officer sit with him. That tells me that they're extremely nervous and they know it's not going well for them, demanded that Morrissey put a stop to this press. Of course he did. Yeah, Morrissey will get right on that. Just FYI, like, I'm not a huge fan of Morrissey. I think most people know that. But this has nothing to do with whether Morrissey is a piece of shit or not piece of shit. Karen Reed backed into her boyfriend and left him to die in the snow, in my opinion. And that's what the trial is for. The DA isn't going to magically stop the trial because Mr. Reed said so. The problem with this family is they seem to forget that you can't buy off the DA and you can't demand things, and they're not used to not getting what they want, so they're having a little bit of a problem with it. Just a smidgen. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, happy birthday, Kevin. Yeah, in my mind, the only thing that they might have a hard time with is M2, and I think it really needs to be told to them that you don't need intent for murder 2 in the state of Massachusetts. Like, oh yeah, it's just torture, straight torture. Like, but I agree with you. Like, manslaughter or murder 2, like the lesser included or murder 2. I think they've proven pretty much murder 2. Hers were never pursued as far as I know. Like, I think it timed out on a certain amount of time before they could, charge and keep it going, and they didn't. That was a long, long time ago. But I'm pretty sure hers were done a while back. We will thank Freak. He helped us get some stuff that will make my computer run a little faster and not be totally laggy. And hopefully I'll make sure that my internet service is not booting me with the issues that I seem to be having in the neighborhood with the Wi-Fi. Although they say they fixed it, I'm not quite sure if they have. But we will say thank you to Freak, who is an awesome tech person, because we're gonna make it run faster with his help. He's just got to teach me how to do. And let me this really beautiful pink keyboard to go with it, and this really beautiful pink mouse that matches all the rest of my stuff. And I am so ready to use it, and I am super grateful. And I'm gonna get this thing going later on today. Obviously, I don't have time to do it right now while we're doing the trial, but I am super duper excited about it. So thank you, Freak. I appreciate you, my friend. And I'm sure everybody else will appreciate you for us not buffering. For sure. Right? Choose your own book. Choose your own adventure. This one does this and this one does this. She would have been given bail yesterday or brought to court yesterday if it would happen during the day and not at the end of court. They would have brought her to court, given her bail, whatever. Right? I'm sorry. Dun, 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 dun. Well, that's the problem, right? Spoiled. They think that everything revolves around them and they can control everything with just a snap of the fingers. Oh my God, Hallie, how are you awake? I'd be passed out. I fall asleep so early, and it's because I'm exhausted. Right? I bet the Commonwealth is gonna check the rest of Arca's LinkedIn. Random question generator. Imagine. I mean, if I'm the jury, I'm quite pissed off you're wasting my time with nothingness, because if I'm the jury, I know that that's nothingness, right? Of course, Carl said that. What's Hank Brennan's incentive? I mean, other than being paid for his time, which everybody is, what's the incentive? You know what I'm saying? What? She is a perpetual victim, and so is the rest of her family. Exactly. Pink is whatever. My favorite color in the whole wide world. You guys know this. I got my pink and white microphone, my pink and white chair. The only thing I need to get now for this whole thing is a friggin' desk, because what I'm using is not going to fit. It fits what I have on it right now. I could fit nothing else on this. I got the screen here, the laptop here, I cannot fit anything. It's not big enough. So I have to get a desk. Step at a time, one step at a time. You know what I mean? Veruca salts. That's right. I can't stand Veruca Salt. She was such a brat, but that's exactly what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is Carl getting any backlash for being a camp? Probably not, because he's pulling in all the people who are willing to donate to his channel that think that she's, quote, innocent. And that's a lot. There's a lot of them that will just keep donating. So, I mean, he's probably enjoying the uptick in viewers and the uptick in money. That's why they do it to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, it is. I did make a Walmart wish. I'm not done with it. I made one, and it is in the Discord, but I figured that there are cheaper prices than Amazon sometimes, you know? So yeah. Okay. So yeah. So she has court at 9. So she got bailed out. So she's got court right now, basically. Right? I'd love to hear that answer. If he answers it, he probably will say no comment. But you have to remember, the mainstream media here just wants to throw him softball questions. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're always going to find most things pink, Paula, on my wish lists, no matter where they're from. Pink and black. Pink and black, pink and black, pink and black and white, pink and white. My favorite color. I can't help it, okay? Like, but I mean, they check the jury's everything usually. Like, but they definitely are going to, I mean, these are regular everyday people. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to know that, like, some of them haven't probably updated their LinkedIn in years. So that's why I'm saying, like, as a defense attorney, you run the risk of sort of like disparaging the jury themselves by trying to bring something like a LinkedIn page into it. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, heard it's a younger jury than last trial. I do think that we've been told that they're younger than last time. Also, there's 50% men, 50% women. I don't know. Like, I do notice that a lot of the supporters are middle-aged, but there are some younger people out there too. So I don't really know if that's going to make a difference. I think it'll make a difference with the fact that there's more men than women. It seems to me that there are, obviously, don't get it twisted, men in the FKR movement, but far less than there are women. Okay. Like, so it's on my bucket list. Australia is one of those things. The Netherlands on my bucket list. Traveling in general is on my bucket list, but there are some places that are really Ireland, Scotland, Iceland, our places, Greenland, that I want to visit. I want to see the Northern Lights. We can see them sometimes here on very rare occasions, and they're wicked cool, but definitely not as cool as they would be in person. That's for sure. Like, it is pink. Everything's pink. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't, like, for me, the next thing that happens on Beacon Hill is me making a real lot of noise about the fact that victims have no rights in this state and that people are allowed to be cyberbullied into hospitals. And that's a problem. Like, that's a huge problem. Yeah, they do. Which is why we need regular non-mainstream people who are not told, like, oh, you have to report on this, or you're not allowed to do that, or you're fired. That's why people like me exist. Because there's no boss to say you're fired if you report this or this or this, and we don't want you to report it. Ted Daniels, where's Ted? Where's Ted been lately? Anybody know where's Ted? Where's Ted? It's like, where's Waldo? Where's Ted? I'd like to know where Ted is. Ted knew that federal investigation was freaking done and those people had been cleared a year before they said so. How do I know? Because I knew. I knew that Ted got the same information I got and when he got it. So I find it funny that we don't see Ted anymore. Where's Ted? Ted, where are you, Ted? Ooh, I want one of those. The ones that have the buttons, goes up and down. I would never stand at it probably for long periods of time just because of all my chronic pain, but I do have to stand up sometimes, which is why I shut my camera off, because I'm in a lot of pain when I sit or stand for extended periods like that. Well, I don't blame you.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court.
Safe travels, Alan. You text me when you get there.
I know you're safe. Shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
Ooh, we're gonna have to. Maybe we can do Alaska together. It's a
any
group of
questions? Were
people.
you
Maybe we
all
can all take a
able to
cruise.
Follow my instructions and refrain. from
Never been on a
discussing
cruise.
this
That's
case
on my
with
bucket
anyone
list.
Since we left yesterday. Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
There goes the
Everyone said
neighborhood.
yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
See, that's what I want to do, a cruise, but in the summer, not in the winter, obviously.
Burgess, please.
I've never been on a cruise. So that's on my bucket list. I want to go somewhere warm, though, like the Caribbean or the islands. St. Croix. Say that again, Emma. Oh, you meant the neighborhood, not the state house? I mean,
So I'll remind you, you're
true.
still on the road. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The Crypt Keeper. I actually have a picture of Melanie Little and the Crypt Keeper next to each
All
other.
right, Mr.
From her
Alessi, whenever you're ready.
unfiltered
Your
picture.
Honor.
We gotta find
Morning,
it.
Mr. Burgess.
Good morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear you?
No, if I misheard your question, it
Oh,
was.
no, they probably have.
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir,
Sure.
in case I misspoke. On your direct examination,
They definitely
your
probably have.
certifications
What they
were
believe.
brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions
But he didn't. His CV to the court says that
were
he
asked
doesn't
of you
have
at
an
all
associate's. He has
about your
he doesn't have a
supposed
bachelor's. He has an
education,
associate.
correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all on
Correct.
direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes,
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testify to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish,
Okay.
thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wolk? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry. Thank
Yes.
you. 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolf. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Miss Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wolf. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Miss Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
I'll have this.
Okay. Is your analysis is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination?
I mean, I never finished college,
Yes,
but I'm
according to the
pretty
Lexus,
smart.
yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
In point of
life
fact,
doesn't always go the way you want it to,
Mr.
and having the time
Burgess,
and money for school is a
none
whole other thing versus
of
having
the
the
5
experience or
timelines
having the
that we just
knowledge
reviewed
already.
from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware
He doesn't
that
do anything quickly.
all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022. Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf. Your, actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Ms. Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
Right, one moment. Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Sure.
The BBB ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay. Sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you at side lines to look for?
Put them guesses in on how many. I'm going to go with 9 sidebars today. I'm going to go with 9. 9. Yeah, they're going to dispute the seconds. We've already heard that from them with just the judge, that's their timeline is like they're going to dispute the seconds. Morning, Beauty Queen. You worry about getting to the hospital about that fever of yours, ma'am. You need that down. I told you yesterday, if it wasn't down by this morning, definitely a hospital visit. We got to make sure that you're safe and healthy. I'm going to go with 9. I'm going to go with 9 sidebars. Also, do me a favor. I didn't even do this morning. But if you can, make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, make sure you're subscribed. If you're not, share the video with some friends. I'd appreciate that, of course. And if you can donate to the channel, it's more than helpful. We have Venmo, we have PayPal, we have Cash App, we have Revolut for those of you who are out of country. And then we have a PayPal link that you can just use any credit or debit. You don't have to have PayPal to do it. In our Discord, we have things like Amazon wishlist, and they made a Walmart one because it's cheaper prices, in my opinion. So
Your Honor.
only a few things on it so far,
Your
but
Honor, at this
it's in the
time,
Discord.
I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
Right? No drinks are served, Karen. God damn it.
Represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to once again take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies,
Oh, it always is,
potential
Ash.
clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
We definitely can't hold him
Correct.
responsible for what Aperture puts on the website because he has no control over what
data-
Aperture puts up there. So I don't think it's fair to hold him
This
accountable.
data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
I agree with you, Potluck. That Like he builds up like something's going to be super exciting, and then
So
like
this
what?
data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of reading in the far right-hand column. 2 seconds.
Italian.
One
It's not
second,
Italian
2
water.
seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
You indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and
Isn't-
5:30 a.m.
Yes.
They're disputing seconds.
Now what I'd like to
Defense.
do is, and we can
Which
take
makes no
that,
sense if you're saying she didn't
down.
hit him.
Thank you, Mr. Woke. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
Correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is,
Sustain.
okay, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, well,
Thank
you can't tell
Um,
him what he's talking. Like what? Yeah.
I'm focusing on the,
Oh, he's definitely
what would
confusing
you
the
like
jury.
to call it? You call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want
we
to
can
use
call it-
whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slide's fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30,
They're arguing over
2025.
seconds, but saying Karen
Um,
didn't hit
And in that,
her. What?
he analyzed the timing of the 1162.2, what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence of what is 188?
Okay,
And I'm also, sir, at your request, may I approach, please?
yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
That, if we had
STFU means
188,
shut the
we'll
fuck
just
up.
give them the actual mark.
That's the abbreviation for it. If you don't understand the abbreviations, just tell us. I'll tell you what it means.
You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If we
IMO is,
need
in my
an
opinion.
exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along.
Sorry.
Please publish, Mr. Woke.
Is that on insane? Am I not the only one picking up on this, Joy? They're saying she didn't hit him, but arguing seconds.
Now,
What?
if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Woke, in the
Sorry, love
relevant
you.
portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke.
Thank you to Gray for our first $20.
You also
He says to give it
testified
to a list
yesterday that you reviewed
on January 30th,
Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffin's
2026.
January
Thank you, Gray.
report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event.
Oh, they're
that's
definitely
in Mr.
confused.
Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to
Unadjusted.
repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Welcher is after him, and I
Yes,
have
I do.
sources everywhere. I can't tell you where they are, but I have
That
them everywhere.
is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes. The unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct. From the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with Your Honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to an enlarged Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12/32/09. Yes.
Now, if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffin's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a, quote, lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct. Using the unadjusted clock.
I would like, does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No, he does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Don't leave
Unless
me,
it's
Michael.
auto locking. Yes, it requires a button press. Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I love you, Joy.
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do you
that.
see it?
I do. Yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43
Safe
text stream
travels,
event
Ellen.
identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer,
He's on
Dr.
X,
Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mine also automatically locks after the
Do you
screen
know
goes dim.
what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the
I don't know, but the screaming is ridiculous.
pocket states
Nothing at this point.
occurred
Nothing towards their theory of she didn't hit him.
on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
Exactly, freak.
You
I
didn't
don't know, it's a good
analyze
question.
pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
It wasn't part of his job, dumbass.
Do you
It's not what he was asked to
believe
look at.
pocket state detected
No, he can't answer for him.
data?
Should be some objections, but
Well,
maybe
let me just go back and
Hank's just
confirm.
making him
So
look stupid,
You
letting
didn't
him make himself look stupid.
analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62
You can't testify to what Dr. Welcher claimed.
1:38 to 12:31:43.
Objection.
correct?
Objection.
Do you understand? If we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Wolf. Do you understand that
It's actually 252
Dr.
people.
Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62.2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Yep, he cannot testify to what Dr. Welcher does. You can't ask him to understand what Dr. Welcher did. It is not his job, nor what he was asked to do. That's second sidebar. Oh, yeah, 100% this was Karen's idea. 100%. 100%. Like, I mean, this is the problem, is you cannot ask him about Dr. Welcher's X, Y, or Z to try to get ahead of Dr. Welcher's X, Y, or Z. That's Dr. Welcher and what he did. You cannot go through all Dr. Welcher's slides and be like, do you know this about what Dr. Welcher did? Or do you know that about what that you asked that to Dr. Welcher? Like, once again, here we go with Alessi asking questions to the wrong people. This is what makes me think he's never done a trial before, because it just doesn't make sense on the things that he has asked certain witnesses that he should have asked to different witnesses. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me that he wouldn't know the most basic of basic things when it comes to like lawyering, you know? It doesn't make sense. But definitely, like Jesse said, hit that like button. There's 254 of you. A lot of you are on X. If you're not hate watchers, which we have quite a few, come on over to YouTube and watch it with us on YouTube. We have a great live chat that I think you would enjoy. If you're on X/Twitter, come on over to YouTube and watch us here. Hit the like button. Definitely hit the subscribe button. We appreciate you. Oh, yeah. So Grave sent the first $20 donation, and he said, this was funny. He always said something funny, but I appreciate you, Grave. So our first donation of today comes from Grave, and it says, send to Alessi on January 30th, 2026. Oh, yeah. Send me email. I'll put my email in the chat. That's right. There are crazies. You can say that again. Let me... And I'll give you my number if you just email me, so it's a little easier for you to get in touch with me. I get many, many messages during trial, like during court, from people in text messages of like people telling me certain things that are happening, you know, incoming information and stuff. So I always have to make sure that I check, but it's probably the fastest way to get in touch with me. Thank you, Agent 99. I appreciate you. Yeah, they do stalk my stream. That's for sure. I mean, they can have fun with that. Like, I don't know why you would waste your time, to be honest, but hey, whatever. I don't know. Basically, just Alessi doing more whining is kind of all we've done thus far. Him at a sidebar right now because the judge kind of wants to know, like, what in the actual hell are we doing here? Like, he's asking questions about Dr. Welcher, but Dr. Welcher is not testifying until after this witness. So it's strange. Oh, girl, I hope it is succinct and thorough. And he hopefully doesn't yell like Alessi does. Yeah, Lou, unfortunately, yes. We're hoping he wraps it up. I know. Listen, I've been literally offered jobs in firms if I would just go back to school, but like, I don't have the time and I don't have the money. Like, that's the, it would make more sense to me if I like had a car and I could do like some night college and some online, and my life is very hectic with my scheduling with the kids and hospital visits and my own health issues, and it's having the money and the time. Believe me, I've thought about it many times of going back and just doing it. I've also thought about moving to one of the 2 states where you can literally just take the bar, but you have to live there 6 months or more to be able to do it. You have to like establish that you're a resident there to do it. Believe me, I've thought of it 7 different ways from Sunday. If I lived where Joy was, I would be her paralegal, to be honest. Right? Well, that's the other thing is they're also saying like they're arguing about seconds, but they're saying Karen didn't hit him. So why would you be arguing about? Why would your timeline be with seconds of the car backing up?
Now,
You didn't
Mr.
hit
Wolf,
him.
back
That wouldn't
to
matter
the
in your defense.
slide from Dr. Welcher's
So they're literally helping the
slide
Commonwealth
presentation.
by even arguing seconds.
And if you could re-enlarge the
Oh, you have
applicable
no
section
idea.
that we've had up before.
It's terrible. Uber, Lyft, and they're not cheap anymore.
Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess.
I would love to visit one day. That would be fun to visit Colorado. It's one place I've never been.
Have
Texas too, California.
This slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
So expensive.
And
I don't even realize how expensive it is to live here.
Let's go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you
Ask
call a
Dr.
touchscreen
Welcher.
event, in the range
Objection.
of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
I do.
So the answer is yes.
With the
He'd like to
caveat.
know.
I'm sorry, I didn't know
Sorry.
you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please
Let him
Greg.
finish.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Exactly what.
Let's just assume
Guess who else said that?
that is the case.
That exact thing.
Let's then just focus on what you
Anyone?
consider to be a user interaction, which is
Ian Whippen
device
said
lock,
that.
correct?
As well.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction. We could go back to that just so we have clarity.
Exactly. Ask Dr. Welcher. Like,
The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred
I
at
wanna visit Hot Springs.
12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, is after
Working.
it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Right.
Correct.
And,
According to
and that's
sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Without it being
of the unadjusted clock, yes.
unadjusted.
It-
Unadjusted.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you
Dummy.
want the lights on, Mr. Alessi?
I'm gonna keep that up.
Oh my God.
And so to repeat
Right?
to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So
21, 29
according
seconds is
to
the adjustment.
Dr.
So it's
Welcher, the
unadjusted.
licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he
Ask
has here,
him.
the
Objection.
last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2.
Objection.
That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You
Unadjusted. So when it's
And
adjusted, it's between 21 and
according to
29
the
seconds.
unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
So
You can take that down and with the court's
Uh-oh.
permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall
exactly,
that, sir?
dude. I thought
Yes,
she
I
didn't hit him. So why are they even
In
arguing?
fact,
I'm
in
confused.
your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, no, you've taken plenty of moments, sir. Like arguing seconds, but saying Karen didn't hit him. Well, then why are you arguing seconds? That wouldn't matter in your case, would it? If you're arguing that she didn't hit him, why would seconds matter? Also, the unadjusted clock, when it's adjusted, it's between 21 and 29 seconds. So the 26 seconds gets adjusted to match. So he's literally just proving the Commonwealth's point that the clock's
Right.
adjusted match. Is this real life? Number 3? Number 3. This is sidebar number 3, everyone. As we're still at a sidebar. I mean, if I'm the jury, again, why are we talking about Dr. Welcher before Dr. Welcher is even up there? Like, right, no puncture wounds, even though Dr. Russell, the Rust Squatch And the Russell Hustle trying to explain that they're punctate. They're not punctate. There's no punctures. The ME said as much. So you literally do. Let's remember, the jury's not remembering any of what he is saying. They can't understand a word coming out of his mouth. Like, literally. Conspiracy poop. Dog eat conspiracy poop. Yeah, the shirt had punctate wounds. Yeah, they've already agreed that the clocks have different times. Like, yeah, the ones at the bar were different. Exactly. And I think that's going to stick out to the jury too, which is like, okay, but they've already said that the clock is different at the bar. So why wouldn't these be different? You know what I mean? Like, and I think they did a beautiful job of explaining it before Alessi got up there of like how the clocks are different in time. Like, oh, I can't. It's so delusional to think that you think you're quote winning when like it's going very bad. Yeah, that's what Dr. Russell said. She said that there were puncture wounds in the shirt. Yep. Listen, the Rusquatch said it, not me. Like the Rusquatch said it. Was not me. You take the dog out of potluck, but still trying to take the same non-point after the poop. That's very true, Joy. Very true. While we're waiting, hit the like button. I liked Graves' comment on the donation he sent, which was give this to Alessi on January 30th, 2026. That was great. I love it. That was absolutely great. Also, yes. Oh, yesterday, after we weren't live anymore, I got an anonymous $20 donation. So we want to thank that person, of course, for sending it when I'm not live. I love those little surprises of getting something when I'm not live anymore either. Cause it's like, oh, somebody was watching after I wasn't live anymore. So it's always nice. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Did you say puncture wounds in the shirt? Yeah. That's what the judge said. So funny. Like the judge was even confused, like puncture wounds in a shirt. And then she couldn't say medical degree of certainty, a scientific, medical degree of certainty. She had no idea what that phrase was used in court and so the judge sort of had to help her along with that. Like, what? Like, lady, you retired in the 90s. You don't think things have changed a little since the 90s? Like, she's been there a couple times. Yeah, she's been there a couple times. They do think he's brilliant, and that lets me know that their critical thinking skills and their willingness to actually see and think for themselves has been compromised a lot.
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
Oh, he already did yesterday. Yeah, a couple times. So brilliant. It was amazing.
Sure.
La la la.
I'm going to present to you two documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification.
It's the support they get, Joy. If they say all that stuff, and
is
people come and
one
support.
Slide out
help them
of
with their,
what is marked as
channels aren't struggling.
Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit
Exactly, B. Harley.
DDD for identification.
Exactly.
And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't
I'll
it
do
the
that,
case
Holly.
that
Good suggestion.
your testimony yesterday
In our
is that
Discord, though,
exhibit DDD,
as well.
the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibit exhibit CCC into.
No, I don't think he's ever claimed
evidence,
to be a lawyer. He's an idiot. We know that.
And do not offer exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him
I
just
know, Leah. It
say
is
what
bad.
CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is exhibit
True that.
CCC a slide page out of exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll.
That's the
Your
problem,
Honor, I
Joy.
now offer exhibit.
Sometimes I'll have them say to me, "You're not a lawyer. You don't know what you're
Yes.
talking about." Like,
And I also hand back to Madam.
Go
Court
ask an
Reporter
honest lawyer if I
exhibit
know what I'm talking
DDD
about.
for identification.
please, please do.
Exhibit 190.
Good suggestion, Holly. I wrote it down. I don't think I can change it.
And
on
sir,
this
do
one.
you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Jim, we need the
That
other
the one that's in
Thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous slides, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand
Objection.
what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll
we'll-
repeat. Yeah, yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat and
please.
just go to the question.
Yeah, good idea.
So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to that.
Correct.
Oh my God,
Now,
I hate when he
What I
does
want to
that.
do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So
Me
the
too,
column
Emma.
on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11/62/2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43, and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking
Good
your
point.
colleague, Dr. Welcher's assumption
Mazzy,
that the
I see.
last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by
Everybody comment.
using the clock
screen.
variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11/62/2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustained. There's
Objection.
one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
She shouldn't be helping them, though, to be fair.
In
They should
terms
figure it out.
of
Close.
this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra
Oh my
is
God.
that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in
Thank
his
you for
slide of
looking at why.
12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Objection.
Well, so the math is correct.
Do you
so
believe he
He's
did?
trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices. That math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood
Yeah. No.
Mr.
Definitely not
DeSogra
in there.
did in this chart.
What an idiot. Anybody who
Correct.
thinks
I
that
did
is an idiot.
understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what
Me
Mr.
too, Jezebel.
DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11/62/2 text stream event
It's nutty to me. Nutty.
occurs. Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart,
Now that's him turning the pages.
11/62/2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Yeah, what
Sure.
event,
So
sir?
he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. But my question, sir, is this.
Love you.
What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that
We
there
do.
are no circumstances where the 11/62 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah,
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
No. I would cringe. And we love you, Jesse. I love all you guys. And Jezebel's right. The only way I get through this is literally with you guys. Like,
Let
I
me
could,
see if I can clarify this in this my question.
I want to break
Do
things and
you
scream.
believe, do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 11/62/2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm
Yep,
going to allow it
objection.
in that form.
What the? Why?
So,
How?
yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what he, by his math, that he is demonstrating?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand, but that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates
want it, feel
using
like.
this chart?
Yes.
And what
No,
he
she
demonstrates
doesn't.
is that Mr. Tsoga demonstrates that there are no circumstances
Exactly.
where the 1162-2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't
But
it
it's wrong.
correct
He's not going to say
that Mr.
that.
DeSogra, using this math,
Sorry.
Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances
He is answering you. Sorry.
where the
Judge should move him along.
1162-2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
What?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
Okay, so let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on.
Yeah, you should.
And this
Exactly. What event?
methodology
What
and
event?
approach of Mr. DeSogra is
That's not their theory, right?
simply math that he's using, correct?
Wrong math.
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see
I
that?
agree.
Yes, I do.
89. It shouldn't be happening at all.
Those are, as of March
He's
5
objective.
of
Keeps
the
allowing
date
it.
of this, that this column was created. Nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data.
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
He's not going to move on. He's going to keep saying it's
And
inaccurate. He's going to keep screwing himself.
the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical support, or excuse me, final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that, that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162-2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there
Methodological?
would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
What?
So you deny that?
Yes.
Yes, you're an idiot, sir. That's what you need
Did
to say.
you
Mr.
keep
Burgess. Just tell him he's
your
an idiot.
January
That's you're an
30,
idiot.
2025 report
I
purposefully
agree, Lisa.
vague
I agree.
by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event
Tethering it?
in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
That's Dr. Welcher's presentation.
Switch to another topic.
Yeah, let's do
Take
that.
that down. Thank you, Mr. Woke.
For the love of God, let's do that.
After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines.
Love you guys.
After reviewing the timelines, you
Love you
reviewing the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra,
You need to talk to
2,
Dr. Welcher about that.
and Mr. Ian Whiffen,
Why is
3.
the judge even allowing it? I don't
all
understand.
of which established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone,
Dr. Welcher
You
can
then
testify.
decided to issue a new report that would
Not him.
become dated May 8th, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I
What?
issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you.
That's
Yes.
my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that
Mark,
before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12/31/38 to 12/31/43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those three established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing
He already answered
what
it.
we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May
no.
8th,
Wish I was too.
2025 report.
Dr. Welcher's next, so I don't know why the judge is allowing him to testify to what you need to ask Dr. Welcher. This would never be allowed in any other courtroom.
You departed
Until
in
the
your
next
May
witness.
8th, 2000. Do you have that report in
I
front
do.
of you?
Yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay. So you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare.
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you used another method.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
In your May
Dumbass.
8th, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this
gotta go to the
offset
bathroom.
is measured approximately 5 hours
Be right back.
after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the juror in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
Robust is cool, but you can't ask one witness about another witness's report. You have to ask them. That wouldn't be allowed in any courtroom, even with a robust cross-examination. That, you know what I'm saying? It's not the way it works. It's not a proper way to do it in court. I don't even know why the judge is allowing it. You can have a robust cross about him and his data, but not about Dr. Welcher's data. You need to ask Dr. Welcher about that.
Sure. So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the text stream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8th, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay. Sir, a text stream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no.
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Sustained.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to.
Do
Sustained.
you have any understanding? Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
No, you can't frigging approach. Oh my God. Why would he have an understanding of another expert's like different thing? He's doing a different, like, all right, you know what? Let's just play the stupid thing. This is number 4. Yeah, number 4. At 10:38, jurors looked two appeared to be sleeping, lots of yawning from others. At 10:38, John DiPetro reported, and that does not shock me. I don't think the jury's taking in a single word of what Alessi is doing here. Like, at all. Like, I mean, he's not making points and getting out. That's what you want to do. Like, and I'd be yawning too. If I wasn't starving, I'm so hungry right now. I didn't do breakfast this morning and I didn't have time, but I should have. You know what I'm saying? With all the paper ruffling, the ruffling of the papers pisses me off. Like, he knows that we're all have like listen to those microphones and he can hear it coming out of the microphone when he's sitting there with the papers going like, come on, bro. Like, come on. You know what I mean? Like, ridiculous. Like, I mean, I probably would have stopped listening to him yesterday, to be honest. Like, I mean, I'd be tired. Like, and yes, you're wasting unfortunately, Anna, still, they're wasting the jury's time. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the jury's probably not going to be super happy about that. And yes, most judges I've seen would shut this down because you can't be testifying to what another expert did. Unless it's like the defense expert versus like, so he's asking about another Commonwealth expert and his stuff. Like, then you need to ask that expert. I've never seen a judge allow this. A judge usually will say that person needs to answer that question. They're on the witness list. You have the right to question them about it or call them. Like, that's your, prerogative. Like, but I have never seen a judge allow this sort of answering questions about another Commonwealth expert to this Commonwealth expert when that expert's next on the stand. It doesn't make any logical sense to me. Like, that's a really slimy tactic where they'll go correct, so that it makes it look like you're saying yes to the correct and not yes to the question. That's why you should always stop and answer the full question. And if it's a compound question, say, well, those are multiple questions. You're going to need to ask one at a time because I can't say yes or no to a multiple question. Like, it's a tactic. You know what I mean? That's the thing, right? If you have to keep refocusing your brain, girl with an eagle eye is right. I find myself sort of zoning back. I have to like refocus. Like, if your brain is automatically doing this zoning out of Alessi, don't you think everyone else is this too? You know what I mean? Like, oh, they definitely don't care that they're wasting the jury's time. Definitely. They just don't. Nope. You're right on time here, darling. Like, yeah, he doesn't let him answer. I understand you want to say blah, blah, blah. Well, it's like, that's his answer. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. I understand you want to insert this name, and that Jackson does that too. But it's like, that's the answer. After they ask it 2 or 3 times, the judge should be moving them along. Like, that was answered. If that was Hank, right? And he asked that question, whether it was on cross or whether it was on direct or a redirect, more than 2 or 3 times, she'd be moving him along right away. She should not be allowing the defense to keep going, asking the same question 17 times. And you cannot tell a witness that they have to answer a question yes or no. You can't do that. You want to word your question so that it's either a yes or no answer, but you can't demand that they answer it yes or no. You cannot do that. Like, I mean, I read law books too, but this dude must like really think highly of himself. I'll tell you that much. It's the people that like get out there and have to use these giant big words to try to make it sound like they're smarter than everyone else. And it's like, bro, you can be smart without having to use like 17 big words in a row that people don't understand what the F you're saying. Like, there's no need to use large words to seem smart. You can be very smart without doing that. Like, to me, it's a way to try to show off how smart you are, except it's not very smart at all, considering 90% of people have no fucking idea what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? The prosecution spends less time on everything, and I think that's exactly why they sort of win this as a whole, which is they make the point, they get in, they get out. That's what you want to do. Make the point, get in, get out. Move on to the next thing. Make the point, get in, get out. Unless he drags on and on, argues about definitions, argues about things other people did, which then sort of makes your brain go, okay, we know this already. This is ridiculous. Like, and for a jury, you're going over things that don't even matter. You're saying that she didn't hit him. Joan's right. What event? Why are we talking about event? The defense says that she didn't hit him. So why would a few seconds matter? You want to argue about seconds, but if Karen didn't hit him, why do a few seconds matter? The defense is proving the Commonwealth's case by doing that. By arguing about seconds means that those seconds matter to you. Why would they matter if she didn't hit him and she just drove home? Why does that matter? I can't bow out. I don't have a choice. Unfortunately, I have to sit here and listen to the nonsense for you guys so I can give you guys the wrap up of all of it. Yes, literally from everyone, Ren. Everyone. It's literally a form of torture. It's terrorism in my eyes. Like, I know. Don't leave me, everyone. I have to do this. You know what I mean? I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Unfortunately. Let me try to skip down some of these comments. I'm never going to get to the bottom. Hold on. If there's a point that I missed, you just got to tell me. I'm trying to skip down to get to the bottom here. I'm like almost 10 minutes behind here. Tell him no, you can't approach. The objection was sustained. Ask your next 10-minute questions followed by your direction to the witness on how he is allowed to reply. Yeah, it is that bad. And then she's going to say, let's take our morning break, right? That's what's going to happen now. It's going to happen, right? What? What's going to happen? Yeah, Danny Lee. He's good friends with Blair. Some of them do, but they were tasked to do two different things. So even if you're not going to tell them all unless they're working on the same thing.
May I
You know what I
proceed,
mean?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks
You're
for
not
your
going to
patience, Mr.
know
Burgess.
exactly what they're all saying.
I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that
Thank you, Jesse.
is, I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion. And I'm going
Christine
to reference your
Rexell's
May
saying the
8th,
jury seems bored.
2025 report, sir. If you could turn
Oh, yeah, they tuned him out
to
long
the
ago.
conclusion section of your report,
Exactly, Joy. Exactly.
which is on page
Yes, exactly.
7.
They've probably talked to each other. They
And
probably
I'm
have
going to
used
start
this before. They
with, and
probably
I may
talked, but not about all of
just
it.
end with, we'll see conclusion number 1.
That's what she
Please
said.
take a fair opportunity to read that.
Winky.
Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
We do appreciate your updates, Eagle Eye. We super duper appreciate them. So thank you a million times over. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial
Yes,
report, the only call
yes.
logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. You see that, sir?
I do. Yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report.
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
I'm just not expecting that they're going to know every single thing about each person's report. They probably generally talk about it, but are they switching
Thank you.
reports? I don't
Now-
see that happening.
You state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system
I don't work
as
in a tech-
identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a text stream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You see, you mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I do see
You
collision.
see the word, use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying text stream event 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision?
I'm gonna
with
eat
that
real quick,
part
guys.
Of your report.
That would have been from crash reports,
And whose crash reports?
the Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion.
Thank you to Willow Wren
that
for a $5 donation. I
every
appreciate you, my friend.
text stream data
I'm
event
just stuffing my face for
means that
breakfast,
there
guys.
is
So
a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So
wait, we
isn't
lost
it
sound.
correct
Hold on.
that you can have text stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a text stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to text stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
It's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Alessi?
Yes.
Okay, folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's 20 minutes.
Of course, we'll take our morning recess while I'm trying to eat my breakfast. Why wouldn't we do that right now? Yeah, cool. Thanks, Bev. Appreciate it. Jerk. I mean, don't let me eat or anything, gotta live, but cool. Appreciate you, Judge. And her having to take her breaks, right at 11, or God forbid it's past 11 at all. I mean, what she should be doing is moving Alessi on and being like, hey, bub. What I'm hoping is the defense team says, hey, Bob, you're putting people to sleep here, bubs.
Hey there, Karen Reed Trial
Oh,
Watchers.
no.
So we know that you're true crime.
I cannot listen to that guy's voice. I can't do it. He drives me absolutely batty. I don't know about you guys, but I don't blame you, Emma. I don't blame you. I'll turn my camera on in a minute. I just want to finish eating. I'm starving. Well, I mean, they're kind of helping the Commonwealth here because, as Jane is pointing out, Alessi keeps talking about the event. Well, what event? What event? If she didn't hit him, which is what the defense is alleging, right? If she didn't hit him, then what's the event? What is the event? You know what I mean? So you're basically helping. Oh, I mean, that's what I would think if I was the jury. I would think that, so Joy said witness is doing fine. I guarantee the jury thinks Alessi is trying to play games and not let truthful information come from witness. He does this so much at any point for defense won't be noted by the jury. Well, that's the thing, is he does it so much that it's like, you can't even make a get in and a get out point for the jury to get. What the way he lawyers reminds me of deposition. Maybe he'd be a good deposition lawyer. But not so much on the criminal trial part. Right. A trigger event, but not an actual crash, Bob? Well, what was it? What was it, Bob? Jane's been making very good points. What was it then, Bob? Monologues, soliloquies, colloquies, all of the large words. I don't know why, but his voice literally drives me bananas. And maybe it's because I've heard it so many times when he's like, hey, Karen Reed Trial Watchers. Ah. But guy, listen, you got to put some different commercials in there. All right? Seriously. Oh, I remember that lawsuit. McDonald's had to pay out on the hot coffee that burned the lady or man, whoever it was. But I remember that one. And I'm like, wait a second. People ask for their coffee hotter all the time. I had my neighbor, my upstairs neighbor, who I help, take care of. He used to ask them for hot, make sure that the fries are hot. And I used to try to explain to him, they can't. They have to let them cool down because people have literally sued for things being too hot. And he never listened. He would keep asking them every time we were there. And I'm like, listen, they can't. I've told you this 100 times. They cannot. They have been sued for hot coffee before. They're not taking that risk again. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's not a thing. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm so hungry. Joy said, if witnesses started saying, I don't understand your question, can you repeat it? Alessi would have no idea what he just asked and wouldn't be able to do it. That's the problem. He literally hasn't. So he's had to kind of go back and be like, I'll try to make it shorter. The judge has told him numerous occasions to leave the comments out of it and just get to the question, yet he doesn't. I've never seen a judge not take control. You know what I'm saying? Of it. I mean, let's hope he doesn't. See you now, Jezebel, but I don't, let's hope he doesn't. For everybody's sanity, let's hope that he doesn't. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why they take this morning break and then 2 hours later they take lunch for an hour. It's kind of ridiculous. Oh, God. Imagine. Let's hope not. I mean, I bet probably anybody could, right? We don't all have to agree, we're never all going to agree on every little detail of this case. That's for sure. There's too many, you know? It's okay not to agree on every detail. It's kind of how civil debates work, right? You might not agree on every detail, but you can find common ground, you know? That's what makes cases like this so interesting and to have in a community like this, because we're not all going to, you know, agree on every little thing, but there are some things we can probably agree on, right? Like, and that's all right. We don't have to agree on every little thing. I still love you all, no matter whether I agree or disagree with you. I have quite a few friends that think she's innocent, and guess what? I still love them to pieces because they're my friends. And I could care less whether they believe she's innocent or guilty. Do I think that they should probably drown out the noise? Yeah, and I've told them all that. But hey, you know, they're entitled to believe what they want. I still love them as people. I don't have to agree with them, you know? Like, I'm serious. Let me tell you, hey, you Karen Reed trial watchers. Like, guy, I can't with that over and over again. They need better commercials. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I don't agree either. But I'm saying there are some things like, you know, whether he could have rolled, flew, skidded, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of those things, like, no one's ever going to get the answers to, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Like, and there are some things, like, for instance, some people know more about cars. I grew up in a shop between my dad and my grandfather who owned shops, so I know a lot about cars. Like, we have people on the side of like Bree. She does like the insurance stuff and like deals with like accidents and car damage and all that stuff. So, you know, and then we have Freaky does tech. We have so many, Potluck knows tech. We have a lot of really, really smart, intelligent people with all different experiences that bring something different to the table. You know what I mean? Like, and that's kind of what I love about this community is we all have a little bit to like give. You know what I mean? Like, we all have a little bit to give. No, you couldn't pay me to listen to them either. But I have my own channel, so I wouldn't be listening to them anyway. And just because I know the character of some of those people in general, like, I can't do it. You know what I mean? Like, well, that's the thing, right? The legality of it, and in my that's the part of it that I love, because that's my forte, right? Like, but in my opinion, I think they've proven 2 out of the 3 already. That's obviously my opinion, but I think they're proven 2, and I think with Dr. Welcher, and the, I don't know if it's their dog expert or their rebuttal dog expert, whoever, whatever, sort of puts a nail in the coffin for the 3rd. So, I mean, it'll be nice to see the rest of the experts that they have lined up. I don't know how many after Dr. Welcher there is, or if. I mean, Hank could have, you know, redone what he was going to do, because as far as I knew, there was going to be one of the Aruba, witnesses, but now it looks like we're too far sort of from that part of the story. That is he actually even going to use that witness or not? You know, I don't know. Like, oh, I can't. Like, I have therapy, thankfully, every week, because I have what most of you know is called complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I've had it for a long time. Like, I think everyone should get therapy after dealing with this circus. That's for sure, Joy. That's for freaking sure. That's all they're ever going to say. They're always going to say that, like, all of the, you know, people on the defense do amazingly and all of their experts are amazing. Like, listen, if they have a point, okay, cool. But I have yet to sort of, and I respect like a level of lawyering that you do the best you can, but you don't cross the line. And in my opinion, you know, Alan Jackson well passed that line a long time ago, where he might have been a good attorney on some aspects. This sort of crossing the line into lying to the court, hiding things, doing things improperly, that's a huge no-no in my book. Same way that I don't believe that the Sewer Turtles attorney, Timothy Bradle, should even be practicing law at this point. with all the oversteps of the bounds that he has done, you know? But I can respect a good attorney, a good defense attorney, even when they're doing a good job. The problem here is that Alan Jackson is too amped up via personal emotion. Like, he did a better job, in my opinion, in the first trial than he's doing in this trial right now. And I fully believe that's because he's personally, emotionally invested, and he's letting that get to him. And I agree with Lisa here where, I think Alessi's getting frustrated with Mr. Burgess, and it's because Mr. Burgess isn't willing to just say, like, yes or no. He's willing to say, yeah, that's what he did, but he was incorrect. Like, you know what I'm saying? Or he incorrectly used X, Y, or Z. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would never call my dad that late. And I had a great relationship with my dad. And I would never call my dad at 4 a.m, 3 a.m, 5 a.m for a fender bender or a fight with my boyfriend or any of those things. I would wait until my dad was awake. So, I mean, I'm not hurt. My dad's not even alive anymore. Like, but I wouldn't call my dad at 4 a.m. And me and my dad were like this. There's no chance I'm calling my dad at 4 or 5 a.m. over a fight with my boyfriend or a fender bender. Like, there's just no chance I would do that. Like, I haven't heard a good point yet. I mean, if they had one, but I haven't seen one yet. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't. I had a great relationship with my dad, and I still would not be calling him even at 21 when my dad passed because I had a fight with my husband at the time, or, I had a fender bender. There's just no chance I'd be calling my dad that early in the morning over that. If I needed to talk to my dad, and like, I'd wait until my dad was awake. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a big girl. Like, and don't get me wrong, my dad was my number 2. Like, that's my, bestie of all besties. Like, and there's no chance. And even with a car, like, my dad was a mechanic. I'm not waking my dad up to fix my light. Like, I'll wait until my dad's awake, and then I'll call him and say, hey, Dad, I need some help over here. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not calling my dad at 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 in the morning. There's just no chance I'm doing that. Like, my dad was like my best friend. Like, so the tow truck event is at, I have the times written down. Ooh, I have the times written down. Hold on. I have it written down. I have all the times written down. I flipped a couple empty pages so that I would have some pages for today. So there's like a space in between them. Ooh, hold on. Okay. So past this part, I believe. So I didn't write the military times down because I just converted them into like regular times. Like, the admitting to it part is the part that everybody likes to ignore. And it's like, you can say she was questioning it, but I mean, there was too many other things before that are just showing me that, like, that's not a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right. So we have, hey, Val, 12:35:01, and then 2:12:35, 2:12:01. Power on, power off. Then we have, hold on, 12, hold on, 23:38. This is a text team trigger event. That was a 3-point turn. And then I wrote it down. They adjust the clock, the Lexus clock forward 21 to 29 seconds. So 11:23:59 would be 11:24:07 to sync the clocks. 19 minutes from the time she turned her car on until the end of the event, which was 12:32:12 on John's phone. 12:32 12/31/43 on the other thing. And then I know I wrote down where it was on the tow truck. Was at 4 and then 5. 4, I think it was 4 something to get it on the truck, and then 5 after that. Like, sorry. Me neither. It's just, it's gone too far. Like, he's gone too far, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, obviously that's not true. Me and my dad were super solid and best of all friends, and I would not call my dad at that, time in the morning for anything. Like, anything. Like, I mean, most people I know would not call their dad at 2 a.m. as a grown adult. Maybe if you're in your like early teens, early teens to like young adulthood, I could see maybe calling your parents that late or early. But nobody personally that I know, and I've had many conversations about this exact thing, are calling their parents as grown adults at 1 or 2 a.m. over fighting with your boyfriend or a taillight. If it was something more serious, maybe like something way more serious, but definitely not for something so silly. Why would I want to wake up my parents in the middle of the night over something so silly? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if it's something more serious, then yeah, definitely. I mean, I've called my sister at like 2 a.m. needing to go to the hospital, asking her if she'd bring me. Absolutely. But that's like a medical emergency, right? Like, I don't think I would be doing that for a broken taillight or a fight with my boyfriend. And everybody I've talked to that I know, you know what I mean? Like, said the same thing. They would not be calling their parents as grown adults. Maybe if you were a little younger, I could see that. But 3 a.m., that's different. You're fleeing, right? You're fleeing a domestic violence situation. That is a reason to call your dad at 3 a.m., right? And when I did that, I called my best friend at 3 a.m. to not wake up my family. But if my best friend didn't answer, God rest her soul, I probably would have called someone as I was fleeing as well. But that's, once again, I feel like that's more of like an emergency. That's a reason you would do it, right? Like, for me, it is a little strange if it's not that serious and it's just a taillight, right? Or if it's just a fight with your boyfriend, why would you be calling them that late or early / early? You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, it's strange. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm glad you all made it out alive, because I know most of us that have done that, like, that's the scariest part is getting out. And it's actually the most dangerous part is getting out of a DV. You know, my friend Laura was running from one last year, ended up homeless with her 2 kids because she was literally in the midst of fleeing domestic violence. And then, of course, the other side wants to make fun of her for being homeless. Like, how do you feel about making fun of a homeless woman who's fleeing domestic violence? Fleeing for her and her children's safety. Like, that's just utterly disgusting that anybody would think that it's appropriate to make fun of her for being homeless while fleeing a domestic violence situation. That's just like shows what kind of person people they are, to think that that's like a funny joke to laugh that she was homeless with her 2 small children. Like, yeah, that's kind of what happens sometimes when you're fleeing domestic violence, because they control everything, every single thing. Like, now, if someone dies, yeah, I might call. I might be like, oh shit, there's some serious issues happening here. And that is what makes people sort of turn their heads to be like, calling your dad that early in the morning could be a sign that something more serious happened. You know, like, most people are not going to just call their parents in the middle of the night as grown adults. As I say, as grown adults, because again, maybe young adulthood, but as grown adults over a taillight or a fight. You know what I mean? Like, right. You know what I mean? Like, your dad's not going to run over with the taillight at 1 a.m. Like, you can still drive it with its light out. You go park it and you wait until the morning. Like, if you know what I mean? Like, that's, my dad was a mechanic and my grandfather was, and I definitely know that they'd be the one fixing it, but I'm certainly not waking them up at 1 a.m. Like, well, that's part of it too, is that in Karen's case, the dad, her dad always took care of everything for her. And she sort of learned through the years, like, she could buy her way out of most things. And if you can't buy your way out of it, you know, maybe daddy can, or his connections can. Like, well, that's the thing. You can't not have emotion, even if you're looking at it from a legal standpoint. Like, yeah, I've looked at plenty of cases just from the legality of it, but it's almost impossible. We're humans. We have emotions. It's almost impossible to not have any emotion in something that we're making, you know, an opinion or decision on. It's just, you know, we're humans. That's kind of how it works. Like, I think she called Daddy Reed precisely because she intentionally killed John and the cover up started. Daddy Reed aided her in trying to avoid accountability. Oh, he definitely aided her. That's for damn sure. You know, like damn sure. It was one something the first time she called. And then again, oh God, I'd have to go back over her like phone records, and I have them, but like, God, I'd have to find the file that they're in. There are so many records from this case alone that just finding one thing from a long time ago takes like hours sometimes because there's so many of them. Like, oh, listen, I used to have my Nana used to come grocery shopping with me, just so like, you know, that was our like way to see each other, is she would come grocery shopping with me, and then we'd have like lunch before or after, you know, at least once a week or twice a month. Like, I mean, yeah, I definitely wouldn't be calling them over a taillight. That's why I think it was clearly more serious, and Karen knew it was more serious than, you know what I mean? Well, yeah, we definitely know why. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that's so cute. Listen, you know, people don't realize how lucky they are to have like that. You know what I mean? Like calling your mom to say like, Mom, I have super anxiety. I don't want to go to the grocery store by myself. And your mom's like, everything's going to be okay, kid. Like, we're going to do this together. Like, you know, my oldest knows like, no matter what, like I have her back. So if she needs mommy, even at 20, guess what? She gets mommy. Like, you know, she gets, and I think I also put a little extra in because she's, you know, terminally ill and has so many medical conditions, but like, you know, what baby wants, baby gets, you know, mama will figure it out one way or another. Like that's mommy's babies, all mommy's babies. Like I call them all my babies, even though they're not babies anymore, because they will always be my babies. Always. And, you know, God graced me with all daughters. So like he decided that it would be a form of torture to me. And then he could point and laugh a little bit to give me 3 daughters. You know, like, wait, Kohlberger called his parents that day? Did he really? That's something I didn't know. I did not know that. She called Dad because she knew he could fix things. I think he called DUI. Well, she Googled it. Yeah, Googled it. She Googled a attorney, a DUI attorney. So yeah, it was a DUI attorney that she Googled. They wanted to try to use that. Like, I would love to flee to Florida. Just to like my whole family to move there. Not necessarily. So just flee Massachusetts would be nice. Like, listen, panic attacks are no joke. You feel like an elephant is sitting on your chest. Believe you me, I know. I have it. Like, oh, I'm sorry, Joy. Big long hugs, my friend. My youngest is my rainbow baby. So believe me, I get it. I totally get it. It's not easy. Like, I mean, you got to have somebody talk you down off that anxiety. It's funny enough, when I have a panic attack or I have an anxiety, guess who I call? Because I don't, you know, have parents to call. I call my daughter, my 20-year-old, and she talks me into calming down, or she'll make me laugh because she's quite funny. Like, but, you know, I would love to flee to Florida and live there. Flee from Massachusetts. It's way too expensive to live here. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, like, I can't. You know what? Blocking each other is probably just the best option. You know what I mean? I don't want anybody arguing. Yeah, we send you all the love, Joy. That's like a really hard thing to go through. Believe me, I get it. I totally understand it. And it's something that sits with you forever, especially losing a child. It's not something easy. You know, it's one of those things that no matter what you do in life, you think about all the things that your kid could be doing or would have been doing at this point. I do it all the time, but just know, and it's what people have told me to help me sort of get through it, that they're up there and they're proud and they're watching down, and one day, someday, hopefully a very, very long time from now, guess what? We will see them again. You know what I mean? We will see them again. Like, of course, Joy. This is what I want the community to be about. Less arguing, guys. I know you guys don't agree on stuff. That's okay. You don't have to be. You've both been here a while. If there's something you don't agree on, that's cool. Let's agree to disagree, Oh, I got my coffee, thank God. Like, it literally is an everyday struggle. I feel you. Anxiety, panic, PTSD, CPTSD. Some of you have it, and so do I. I've had CPTSD, for a long time, which is complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So it's, CPTSD is usually diagnosed with like one sort of trauma. CPTSD is more than one. And it's one of those things that, like, there's no cure, right? Like, and that comes with panic and anxiety and lots of other things like hyper awareness. That's one of my problems, is like I'm hyper aware and my fight or flight's all messed up. I don't flight. I always fight. And usually it's fight, flight, or freeze. And I don't freeze either. I run towards danger instead of away from it. Like a dummy. But that's what my brain tells me to do. And I'm hyper aware of everything. So say, for instance, you bring me to a new restaurant I've never been to, or a place that I've never been to, my first eye dart is around the room to see where the exits are. I don't like sitting where people can walk behind me. It makes me extremely nervous, and I'm anxiety ridden the entire time. I want my back to the wall so that I know that there's nothing that's going to creep or come behind me and catch me off guard. I want to know where all the exits are, how to get out quickly. And that's, part of that is my daughter being in, most of you might have remembered the shooting that happened at the Braintree Plaza. And, some of it is, from all of the abuse I suffered as a kid into young adulthood. And some of it is from other things like having to go to that Braintree Mall, banging Yui in the middle of the street. And my daughter calls me from underneath a table at Johnny Rockets while there's a shooting happening, active shooter in the mall. And I will never forget that day. My grandmother was there, my mother, my aunt, my sisters, and my daughter was with my mother. And my husband was like, "What do you think you're going to do? You think you're going to go in there?" And I was like, yeah, I'm going in there. I'm going in there and I'm getting my kid out. Like, what do you mean? He's like, "No, you're not." I'm like, yeah, I am. Thankfully, like, as I was coming around the corner to get in, before the police had even arrived at this point, my mom calls me that she had picked my daughter up. My grandmother told her to pick the kids up and just go. And so my mother picked up my daughter and my sister, and she ran to the closest door, got out of there quickly. And my mother called me and said, I'm out. And before the cops even came. But that was really scary. Like, and that did a number on my daughter, and she's hiding underneath the table at a Johnny Rockets in the mall, like, as you hear gunshots going off. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, oh, that's so sad, Scorpio. I'm sorry. Oh, your son's name is River. I love that. I love that. Yep, it all goes together. Ink was here earlier. We made sure that she's okay. I keep thinking about it too, Deb, but she was here earlier. We asked to make sure, you freeze. Yeah, some people it's fight, flight, or freeze, and I fight. And everyone's is different. You know what I mean? Everyone's is different. No, we did not, Francesca. We're not surviving this. We're not surviving this. You know what I mean? Like, and that's it, right? We have each other's backs, and that's what we should be about. Not fighting with each other over stuff. We should be here to help. You know? Food's always a good option. Like, it kind of is, because you can't hear tone of voice, and things can get misconstrued, and like, yeah, I have those in my sleep. So if you wake up in a pool of sweat, like you did not. You don't. Oh, I gotta unmute that. You didn't do anything.
Mr. Burgess?
It is a lovely name. I love that.
Where we left off.
Oh, Lily, I love that one. River Phoenix was cute back in the day.
A text stream trigger event
Real
does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
People need to remember how,
trigger data event
at 38, I still
doesn't mean
need parents that I don't
more
have.
that there was a
So
vehicle
I hope everybody
involved,
appreciates their parents that they
Correct.
still do have.
A text
Not all
stream
of us
data
that
event a text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases, correct?
Sensors and
Okay,
other
love
modules.
that.
You
Correct.
said that earlier, sir. Sensors and modules.
If my daughter was going to be a boy,
You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
she was going to be Colton if she was a boy, but she wasn't. So
Are you aware that there were approximately
my nephew's
30 text
autistic.
stream
Well, two of
trigger
my
events in an 8-month period on Miss Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, girl. He is still talking.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Miss Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question,
I love the Irish
there
names.
were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that.
Ooh, yikes. That's no good. We don't have a Stop and Shop
You
anymore.
would not conclude
Went out of
that
business.
there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
My God, don't say that. We don't want him all
Would you
day.
agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
Ooh, Griffin and Connor. I love those, Deb.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could
Girl, you know you're a
maybe
great parent.
slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility. Yeah.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
Hey, Jack.
And in fact, there are almost
Wonder if I can do.
countless events that can occur that can cause
Nope.
a
Sorry,
trigger
guys.
event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the
This
1162-1
one? Ah, there we go.
3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
Right, Potluck?
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
Right? Where's the
I
meatball?
do not know, sir.
Where's the
As you sit
meatball?
here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself. no.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day.
Oh, God. Someone help
Without
us.
more,
Correct.
correct? I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir.
How will you wrap it up,
In your
Alessi?
direct examination, you referenced a Miss Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And
Yes,
for
later.
instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word? you
Her
say?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the, overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Ms. Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Ms. Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Ms. Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Ms. Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so. Yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you
Mel
get
said, wait
there,
for me when he's done.
if you could let me know.
No, it wasn't.
and
You're
I will
never
then proceed
insensitive
with
here,
questions.
Joy.
Okay.
We joke, we kid, we kid. I said, tell
So
them I
you
said they're
do
important.
attribute to Ms. Gaffney
Your parents.
in your
They're
report
very lucky to have
some
you.
responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the
Believe
original
me, I'm
chip
not
off. Is
easily
that
hurt.
correct?
It wasn't insensitive.
Yes.
It was a joke.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir.
And that's what's important.
And-
Is remaining respectful to everybody, right? We don't have to agree on
Bear with me,
everything.
I want to get
I
you
don't
the
expect-
exact.
I don't expect everybody
location.
to agree with me on everything. Holly, how are you still awake, my friend? I thought about it and I tried to fix the thing on the wish list for this video, but I can't do it until it's over. So
I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
no,
Thank you.
for the love of God. He is so ridiculous. Can I have a moment? Can I have a moment? Why are you not ready? Why are you not ready, sir? Oh, Trisha sends $20 on Revolut. Thank you, Trisha. I appreciate you, my friend. If anybody else wants to donate, you guys know how to do it. We also have a link for anybody who just wants to do it on Cash App or Venmo. I mean, see my brain on just a link for with your debit or credit. We have a link for that now. Jack sends $12.24. It says, tough Alessi days. Not for me, but I always appreciate your work. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you, my friend. You always support me, and I appreciate that more than you know. Bits and bytes. Melly mellow. We don't have that. Now I want to try
Your Honor,
that.
I now have it.
Anna? I want like a
Mr.
box of snacks
Burgess,
from
if you
different
could
places.
turn
Try.
to-
We don't get here.
Page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third
love you
full
guys.
paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at.
I gotta do that too, desperately.
It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says at the time of the incident,
They
Burla,
can, but
and-
there's like
and
a limit
Burla
where the
is
judge is supposed to move them
what?
along.
Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the
No.
infotainment and telematics
They did not.
modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are
Correct.
supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are two known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data.
I got
The
the coffee.
infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct.
Burla did not have the software to read it in
Burla
the first
produces
file.
hardware and
Now they do.
software to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract
That's
data from a
hilarious.
vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier
Right,
of the micro SD
understood.
card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in
I'm so
that
jealous.
Burla updated their software
I haven't had crumble
to
cookies
be
in
able
like
to
2 years.
identify the types of data for
want
Burla
them so
software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is
Aw.
that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Oh my effing Lord. All right, ready? Hank. My friend used to tell me that if I could have funny bones from Mary Lou's on tap, that or in an IV, I would. And he is not wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Like, most people didn't listen to a single word Alessi said. I have to listen to it. I have to take it in. But Burla has nothing to do with the chip that he found. Burla itself is a software that reads things. It didn't have the update last year. It was ones and zeros, binary code, it couldn't be read. And then they did an update where they were now able to read the data.
Thank you for that
So
opportunity, Your Honor.
yeah, sit the F down, sir. Bob is a noob. Oh my God, you have no idea the amount of torture it takes me to bite my tongue and just sit here when it comes to Alessi. Can I have your right sock and left shoe? So you'll have one sock on one side and one shoe with no sock on the other side. Yeah, he's not going to clear that up, but Hank will. Hank. All right, I'm muting myself now.
Good
Hank.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be in order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense?
Yes, I do.
And that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you
Not leading, he
provided
went
a
through it.
CV in this case?
It would have been around October
Of what year?
of 2024. Sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. $183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025.
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have exhibit 184?
Exactly, Joy. How is that
Did you
leading?
further appreciate
They
this
went
to be
over that.
provided to both the court and the defense?
In the cross.
Yes, I
So
did.
it's not
Did you
leading.
represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Makes no sense to me. It wasn't
You've
leading. They did
testified
it
in,
in
can you
cross.
take that down, please? You've testified in many other cases
I have. Yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Sustained.
What?
Do you have professional
What?
certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Sustained for the same reason.
What?
Sustained for the same reason.
What's the
Do
reason?
you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did. I
Can you
did.
share some of those with us?
Sure.
Yep.
So one of
There you
those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or Bosch?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes.
Stephen Jobs,
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024.
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved with filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided, and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10th, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember
Yep.
that?
Yes, I do.
Remember, he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake. Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
You wrote a report on October 10th, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes. So I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17th, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
No. What do you mean, okay? I have never seen a judge say, okay, as many times. And yes, Joy is 100% right. She applies the procedural rules differently between the defense and the Commonwealth, which is not supposed to happen. That is showing a bias to one side or another. If something is brought up on cross-examination, when Hank goes to recross, it is fair game. It is fair game because they brought it up on recross, so he has the right to address it. When they brought up his 2014 CV, he had the right to ask that question. It was not leading because it was already asked during cross. Unless Bev forgets because she can't seem to remember a single word Alessi said like the rest of us. And in that case, I would say she isn't even paying attention. Serious issue, if you ask me. Five.
When you
I mean,
realized your
You can say no,
error, what did you do?
and she's not.
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected
He
the
found his own
supplemental
error.
protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Legit. Legit a clown show. It is the biggest circus I've ever watched in a trial
Please
ever.
don't read this, just look at it, and if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
I said 9 this time just because. On the side, guys. Stomachache.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and you put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No,
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
no, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information regardless of what it
No,
says?
no one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
Is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question. So you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2 second and 1 second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8 second and the 16 or 21 second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2 second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did
I'm going to
not.
need a beer after this.
So
This
my
is crazy.
primary focus and to
Exactly,
adjust
Joy.
the clocks was because
was
I
brought
thought
in on
the
cross.
PowerPoint slides by Mr.
He has the right to
DeSoga,
talk about it if
were
it's brought in.
misleading.
No, come on, man. Reason why
When
she should
you were
have said
shown
over.
Exhibit 190. Can we have 190, please?
She's saying sustained by default for the defense. If you notice, sustained. Not even thinking about it. Like
You were shown this chart.
could have been overruled easily.
Was
She didn't listen
this
to a thing
the
unless you said
entirety of
either.
Mr. DeSorga's report?
That's how you know.
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so this was triple D for identification. That would be the next exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report.
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSorga's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, in inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting, that is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
We turn to the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury again by using,
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
I'm going to allow that. That's his concern.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And could we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I'm convinced you didn't listen to a
Before we
word
get to
Alessi said,
your
just like
opinions,
everyone else.
What does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
I'm convinced you didn't listen to a single thing Alessi said.
That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your
So she
finger
can't
on the
even-
ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
You were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case, the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the text stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts?
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again, we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest. As well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer. So it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, at 4:42:06 and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between two iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the question.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call. And this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No, so I think those times are accurate, but again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance, and it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogris.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12/23/38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the 3-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the 12, to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We can turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorger's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay, could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer, and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event and those, let's see, no, that's going to be this, it's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time. So not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare. So we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be, I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's, either way, it's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorger's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorger?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. after reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization.
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes,
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
on May 7th.
Yes.
Sure. So I would finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please, on scope?
Sorry, my mouse was going a little wonky there. This is number 6 if y'all are keeping count. Because I think it's... This is so ridiculous. So I don't think that the judge was actually even paying attention to anything Alessi said, because for her to have sustained certain things tells me that literally she wasn't listening to a friggin' word Alessi said. Because if it's brought up on cross, the prosecutor on redirect has every right to bring it up and talk about it. So I'm sorry, like, yeah, bad faith. And I'm sorry, but she wasn't paying attention. The judge clearly didn't hear a word Alessi said, because she did. There wouldn't have been a sustained objection to him talking about Dr. Welcher. We talked about Dr. Welcher for friggin' 2 hours. Like, come on now. Like, that's the thing. How do you object to something you literally already brought in? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, they're definitely going to lunch after this sidebar. You can say that again. She's going to say, that's a good place to stop. I still want that grilled cheese with bacon. I've been thinking about it since yesterday. I have never... I mean, they can use the federal investigation and the federal protective order as an excuse all the time. Like, oh, well, there's the federal protective order, so we have to have all these sidebars. No, you don't. Some of these issues can be talked about right there. And the judge isn't doing it because she's not doing it there because she doesn't want the defense to try to appeal based on the fact that it was said out loud. This is basic procedure in court to argue these in public, not at a sidebar. Not at a sidebar. Absolutely desperation. We have the right to hear it. And this is why we're going to end up doing an entire stream on all the sidebars we had during this trial. You know, we're hearing that Hank might wrap this up Tuesday or Wednesday. I think people assumed it would be today or tomorrow, but I think they mean next Tuesday or Wednesday, because there's a number of people we still haven't heard from. We haven't heard from the ring expert. We haven't heard from the Commonwealth's backup dog expert. Like, so... there's a lot of things. I think they mean next Tuesday or Wednesday, because remember, Thursday is a half day, Friday is no court, Monday is a holiday. I still haven't figured out what my schedule is going to be like for you guys with the day off on Friday and the holiday on Monday. We will still have our Sunday show. I haven't figured out if there'll be enough interest for Friday and Monday yet. And I don't want to have to lower the amount of days or hours that my streams go, but it might be a nice break for the channel, because these longer streams, although it won't be that long because court won't be those days. So I don't know. I haven't decided yet. The longer streams are really killing the channel, literally. Like, so I'm still trying to figure out what we're going to do here for Friday. We'll do the half day Thursday, obviously. But Friday, there's no court. Monday, there's no court because it's a holiday. So we'll have Sunday, as we always do, our Sunday show. But I still haven't figured it out yet. You know, the best way to keep up to date on that stuff is Discord, is our Discord. So if you're not in it, hop in it. Like, a lot of people will say, oh, Discord sucks. Well, it depends on what Discord you're in, I guess, or what, channel you are. I was actually just checking my monetization over here. And as you guys can see, we're still in the waiting phase, per usual. Waiting. Nothing has happened yet. I check the stupid thing at least twice a day, and nada yet. So cool. Like, cool. Thanks a lot, YouTube. Like, so ridiculous. This is a very long sidebar. This is an extremely long sidebar. I don't know what is happening here. Like,
a 15-minute lunch and I thought it would be quicker. It's my fault. So.
Well, gotta be quicker. It's my fault. Lunch, right? Yeah.
All right, please. Here
we go. Well, yep. They snuck out to lunch. You are 100% correct, Jane. They did. They snuck. Not that they sneak, but, so ridiculous. So utterly ridiculous. Well, we're on lunch break now. So while we're on lunch break, do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We definitely like to have those things checked off the boxes so that, the algorithm will pick us up and hopefully push us out to people who can join our amazing community, because every time one of you guys joins a community, we get bigger and bigger, but more sort of compact as a community that's willing to be there for one another. And I love that. And this is the place that I go as my safe space. And so many of you have told me the same thing, which is this is their safe space, and we also want other people to know that this can be their safe space. You know what I'm saying? Where they can come and vent and talk case and if they're having a hard time, they can get some support too. Like, that's what I built this to be. And this is what I want it to be, right? She probably is ready for a drink. I mean, she's got no Tito's or Grey Goose with her, unless it's in her rolly bag that she brings in, right? I also have never seen a defendant. I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen a defendant, it's like Mr. Alessi says, defendant, sit on their phone or computer and be allowed to do that as a defendant. Never seen it. Never, ever, ever. Like, picking up a phone, there's no necessary need. All your attorneys are right there. There's no need to pick up your phone ever. Like, ever, as a defendant. Like, never mind the fact that it's a bad look. If I'm the jury and I'm watching you do that, like, I'm like, what the hell? What in the hell? Like, are you doing? Like, what in the act? Oh, I forgot to write down the last sidebar. I don't want to lose count. Hold on. Here we go. Got my floofy pen. I got everything written down. If you are on X, why don't you come on over if you're not a hate watcher? Right? She probably is. Come on over from X and hang out in YouTube. I think you would enjoy our live chat and the people that we have here. I enjoy them, that's for sure. Yeah, I know. It's my life is so hectic. I always do it like a few hours ahead of time just because it takes a while. You got to make the thumbnail and all that crap. Good thing I have this guy muted, right? Like, oh, absolutely privilege, has to do with money, and that's, we know, you know what I mean? Like, if you have the money, there are things you are afforded that you are not afforded if you don't have it. That's, abundantly clear. Like, you know what I'm saying? Have you ever seen such a thing? Joan, ever see such a thing? Like, be allowed on their phones? Like, that is not something that I usually see. That's for freaking sure. Like, I mean, it didn't go well with the jurors, as we know, in the first trial. So I don't even know how it could possibly in the second. You know what I mean? Like, and to me, that's just insanity. Like, absolute insanity. If you guys want to hear something funny, if most of you know who the stalker in chief is over on the opposite side, that is like, Turtle Boy's number 2 fan henchman. She went to a hearing to make an impact statement about how the online harassment Steve Coate put against her is so horrible. And she looks in her driveway, and we're talking about one of the most repulsive people on that side that literally cyber stalks me as a job. Okay, that's what she does. Like, literally cyber stalks me. Talks about how she looks out of her driveway and she's so afraid, and it's all bullshit. And the judge asks her, how do you know that he was going on and on and on about you for 12 or 16 hours or 36 hours? How do you know? How do you know that? What is her answer? We were involved in an online thing together. I'm friends with Turtle Boy. Imagine saying I'm friends with Turtle Boy and expecting that to go over well. Like, number one. Number two, like, you're saying that to a judge. Number three, the real answer is because you engaged in a back and forth with them for that many hours. And she's like, never answered a single one of his. That's a bold-faced lie. That's a bold-faced lie. Like, but imagine sitting there telling a court how this person needs to be put in jail for cyber harassing you while you simultaneously cyber harass at least a handful of other people on a daily basis. I'm sorry, what? That's absurdity. Like, the biggest hypocrisy I've literally ever heard of a day in my life. But I mean, isn't that what FDR is? They're on lunch, Jezebel. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, if you're a judge and you feel intimidated, you probably shouldn't be a judge. You know? I mean, definitely not something you normally see with an attorney, is them buying booze with their client while on trial for killing while drunk. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never seen a defendant on the computer or on their phone in any case. That's for damn sure. Okay? She wanted to be an attorney. She could go back to school. Like, I mean, if I was on trial for something, yes, I would want to be a part of my team, but I'm not going to do their job. That's up to them to figure out what to do when it comes to their job. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, well, let's make something clear. There is things she's doing from the defense table. Talking points, fake accounts, the chief and harasser doing that statement that she made in court talked about how she blocked over 150 of his accounts and he just keeps making accounts. Ma'am, you've done that a multitude of times. I've blocked you on basically everything, yet you still cyber stalk my life. So you literally just sat there and told a court that nobody should do that. It's the letter of the law. It's criminal harassment and cyber stalking while doing it to other people. Like, what? You people are so effing delusional. It's not even funny. So delusional as you cry to the judge. Oh, Your Honor, it's what I've been through, what you choose to do to other people. That's such a lie. You're not looking out of your driveway. I'm certainly not looking out of my driveway. I dare somebody to show up at my friggin' house. That'd be the last time they ever show up at someone's house, dude. You go onto someone else's property and you show up at their house. That is a threat. Like what? Oh yeah, sometimes they'll take your cell phone. They'll take your cell phone right from you. Like, I've seen the courts here do it. Take your cell phone away and you can get it back at the end. It's like class. It's like you're in school. Like, I'll take that until the end of class. Like, that's literally it. Like, Well, that's the thing. They're not allowed to be looking at their phones. And that's probably why I couldn't be on a jury. Because with my daughter's medical, there's no chance I would ever not have to, like, I'm sorry, I have to have my phone. That's not an option. Like, they do not have control over her. That's very clear, nor have they ever. And in AJ's case, I believe there's something more personal going on there. That's my opinion. Like I'd withdraw too. But I mean, remember, Joy, they're doing it in good faith, right? Like, they're doing it for free. Like, the hell out of here. We're doing it for the purpose. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're freaking not. No, you're not. That's ridiculous. Yeah, texting, sending out messages during your murder trial. Get control of your goddamn courtroom, judge. And at this point, I just don't think Canoni was meant to be a judge. She's not cut out for it. She can't keep control over a courtroom. She allows way too many shenanigans. And she literally invited it to happen with any defendant and any lawyer in any other case that she ever has in that courtroom. My husband has jury duty coming up as well. So 3 OUIs and 3 DV cases. Oh boy. Yeah, my husband has one coming for some June trial that's going to happen. So, that'll be fun. I keep thinking about, there's a couple trials I can think of coming in June. But, you know, I don't know. My husband doesn't follow this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? He's not he likes sports. He's not into true crime. That's a me thing. But it'll be interesting to see which case he's called in for, you know. She admitted in an interview supporters money paying for case. I mean, they have been paying for it, but if her attorneys are free right now, what are they paying for? You know what I mean? Also, her first two, the Unetti and Jackson, were paid for before she started fundraising. So, okay, they paid for the experts. They paid for $100,000 in hotel, over $100,000, close to $150,000 in hotels for her to stay in a suite, which was totally, absolutely unnecessary. They've paid for meals for her and her attorneys, because apparently she pays for her attorneys' meals, which is absurd. That's what you pay them for. So where exactly is the rest of the money? Where's it going? Where is it? Where's the money? You know what I mean? Like, right. Well, that's the thing. What are they fundraising money for? Because the attorneys have already said, Jackson has said, the attorneys themselves out of their own mouths have said they're not charging Karen for this. For the second trial, they're not charging her. So how exactly are they being paid? If they're not charging Karen, then not even the fundraising money would be going to. So who are they charging? You guys, they said they're doing it pro bono. So that's funny. If you're not getting paid and you're doing it pro bono, what are they raising money for? How? Well, I'll tell you how. The Sewer Turtle. The Sewer Turtle decided to flout this idea that she was just a poor little lady who's, highly educated and did not do what they say she did. It's a towny town. These people that live there are so super corrupt, and it's utterly ridiculous, but it resonates with people who have dealt with, any sort of corruption or, police doing the wrong thing, or even DAs. Like, anybody dealing with anything like that or knows someone who dealt like that, bit right on. It was easy, right? It was easy to convince people that cops are bad, or that, especially after the Murdoch case, that a certain family could run the town, which is absurd in this case, but like, it was easier for them to believe at that point. And so they literally, bit onto it, and they're hanging on for dear life, putting themselves as Karen, being like, well, that could be me. Well, no, it couldn't, because if you're not driving drunk, backing up at 24 miles an hour, it definitely couldn't be you. You know what I mean? Even if they're getting paid for the meals and the hotels, right? Where's the rest of the money? Over $1 million, plus all the $5,000 Venmo and Cash Apps per day. Where is all the money? Where'd it go? She's eating at places that she didn't eat at before, higher cost places, staying at higher cost places, doing higher cost things than she even did before all of this started. What does that tell you? She's living a better life. And then you're asking people, and I kid you not when I'm saying Nathan Reed asked people to order a small pizza instead of a large pizza. Get a smaller grocery order for your family to give to Karen. People who had left, come on back, he said. Like, I'm sorry, what? I mean, I understand gifting it. I'm one of those people that, like, listen, I am a poor person. I'm a low income family. So, like, if I get a grocery order and, like, I know you also are, like, really running low on anything, like, I'll get whatever I can to give to you. Like, I'm one of those people who will do those things. Like, or if I know my neighbor, like, I used to feed my neighbor upstairs all the time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get that. Like, I get wanting to help. I am one of those people, and I help in every way that I can. Money usually isn't a way that I can help. But I try to do whatever I can. And if that means, like, giving half of my loaf of bread to someone, then I will. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how I am. But it's a whole nother thing when that family isn't broke. They have money. Okay. Like, they just, bottom line is they are not them being broke is having thousands of dollars in your bank account. That's not broke. Broke is when you look at your bank account and there's, $4 left and you're overdrafted. Like, that's the reality of most of us, like, weekly. So even if you're paying for the hotels and you're paying for the experts, the $26,000 per expert or a little more, where's the rest of the money? And you're still doing fundraisers. Where's it going? I don't think he does either, but that's what he claimed. And he claimed it in a global interview, Joy. So I don't know what he said. You know what I'm saying? I said the same thing. I don't think he's got a goddamn, he's getting something out of something. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's getting something out of something. That's for sure. I'm with you on that, Joy. I said the same goddamn thing you did, my friend. I was like, no, he's not one of those people that got into law to, like, help people. Like, that was originally one of the reasons why I wanted to get into law, because I'm good at it and because I knew that I could help people. It wasn't really about the money, although it's definitely, like, a career that you could eventually buy a house and, like, be secure in. It also depending on what kind of law you get into, obviously. But I mean, I just knew he didn't like he's not one of those people that does it pro bono. You know what I'm saying? Like, so for me, I'm like, he's got to be getting something out of it. Like, he has to be. I agree. He absolutely knows. I thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Listen, if I was rich, I'd be like Oprah. I'd be like, you get a car and you get a house and you get a $10,000 check. Like, listen, if I was one of those people, like, everybody would benefit from it, because I don't need 7 houses in 7 countries, dude. I need 2 working vehicles.
7 countries. Who would need
You know
7
what I'm saying?
countries?
I only need
So
2
what do
working
you?
vehicles and a modest home. That's it.
I mean, like, I found it very interesting that like, everyone is on Twitter, like, this guy should be fired. He lied on his app. And it's like, oh, okay. So basically LinkedIn, you haven't looked at in 10 years, and
Right.
Aperture hasn't updated their site. Did you lie on your CV? That's what I've been saying to people.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
if he lied in his CV, that would be a completely different story. But he didn't lie on his CV. He basically didn't update his LinkedIn. I don't even have a LinkedIn. I deleted that shit a while ago because it's a useless piece of shit product.
It is kind of, like I said, unless you're a CEO, who the really uses it?
And also, it's like, I would say, like, another thing I would say is that the whole situation where everyone was saying, like, oh my God, he did such a great cross. He did a fantastic cross, Mr. Alessi. I'm like, well, his cross was just undermined in less than 20 minutes. How great was his cross?
Right?
5 hours. I mean, and basically he showed to the jury that Mr. Alessi is working with faulty, cherry-picked data that he himself said was bias. He says, what's the meaning of bias confirmation? Well, I mean, he basically Hank Brennan showing that. And I loved his line where he basically said, do you know Bill Gates? Do you know Steve Jobs?
I loved that. I was like, you're thinking my language, Hank, buddy. You think, like, he's the words from my mouth to his ears, right out of his mouth. Like,
I thought that was a great line, and he knew that was going to get sustained, but he knew that he was just going to get that in.
Already
because,
said, can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
like when you are basically sitting there shitting on this guy who has all these other degrees just because he doesn't have a bachelor's, but their expert who had a bachelor didn't know about the proper way
SIM
to remove
card?
the data, the SIM card. So
SIM
how
card.
good is an app?
Which everything has, by the way. Your phone has a SIM card. Like the SIM card is like the main thing, like in there to make it work.
Yeah. And I'm just saying, like, this shows you the weakness of Alessi. Alessi should have did it quick, did his job, and then moved on. But he basically went too deep on questions he wasn't sure about. Now the jury knows that basically Alessi not only wasted their time, but tried to fucking fabricate and lie to them and put cherry-picked information. And
Did
how
you hear
this
the one
guy's
where Hank was like, so when the defense did their cross and they asked you, or that someone pointed out your mistake, who found your mistake? He's like, myself. Like, so it's like when the defense said this and this, like, was that true? No, that wasn't true. Like, so it's like you just undermined everything of 5 or 6 hours of Alessi in less than an hour. Like
less than 20 minutes, to be honest with you. But like the fact is that basically a lot of these people that did this whole talking point about this guy should be fired, he lied on his application, and there's this time difference, and it's like, bro, they're misreading the data. But in the end of the day, the jury's going to listen to, and it's going to be a 21 to 29 second time difference between her car backing up and John's phone not moving anymore. And he kept on trying to elicit like collision, stuff like that. The guy wasn't hired for that. The guy was hired for basically pulling the data to see if an event occurred and what the events that occurred in the car. He's not a reconstruction expert. He is just simply pulling the data on the car. And I think that's pretty much it.
That's literally, I mean, you're right, Joan. I can't even afford a Fred Flintstone. And she's got, staying at hotels and like Joy said, has a bar tab. Hey, yeah, donate to that.
I mean, she's raised millions of dollars, and basically it's basically she raised millions of dollars from people who just don't like the cops and have a conspiracy and want to believe in the grand conspiracy. But the truth of the matter is that it's a very simple case. It's a case where a woman who backed her car into her boyfriend tried to cover it up and then used every single means as possible to cover it up, including social media and, her own piece of shit lawyers.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing. She originally, before this trial, she bought a 5-bedroom house. Remember, Brian Higgins asked her, like, why 5 bedrooms? And she's like, I don't know. It's an old colonial. I just wanted it. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Brianna brings up an interesting point. She says, Alessi brought all this out potentially weeks earlier than it would have come out. If he kept his mouth shut, he made his own motion from Friday moot. Hank had no intention of doing that cross. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, basically, he fucked himself over. He absolutely fucked himself over by opening up the door. And that's the problem with Alessi. Alessi should have came in and went where the areas he needed to do and then just leave. And that's been the biggest weakness of Mr. Alessi. He is a very smart guy, but he doesn't know when he's winning to stop. He kind of reminds me of when I did a cross exam, when I did like a mock jury when I was first in in college, and I was winning crossing like the mocked witness, and the judge, who was actual judge, like a retired judge, said at the time, he was like, okay, you can stop now. You won. You're kind of just like, there's a certain point you got to stop. You get what you get.
You're beating a dead horse.
Yeah, you got to move it on. And it seems like something Mr. Alessi has not learned to do, which is basically go in, make your points. Because at the end of the day, what is the jury going to remember? Well, they're not going to remember the LinkedIn shit now because it's been perfectly explained. And they're going to remember that Mr. Alessi wasted their time and lied about data.
Yep. And that's not going to go over well with them, especially since Hank sort of boom, 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 the points. Boop, 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 boop.
What do you think of the glare falling asleep in the courtroom? Like,
so hilarious. And that's why he's not the first person to fall asleep on that side either. And apparently, according to John DePetro, 2 of the jurors looked like they were sleeping.
Yeah, because Alessi is terrible. Like, he is absolutely terrible when it comes to these types of situations. It's like he doesn't know, like when Jackson does his like And then he his cross is more interesting, but like Alessi tries to raise his voice, he thinks he's gonna get a fucking like background music being played in the background for some reason, whenever they're like the pregnant pauses. It's like you listen to like a whole segment on like, you know, how to get people to pay attention to you, and says, okay, and took the first course, which is pregnant pauses and raising your voice. And it's like, sir, can you like really just focus on the questions and just get the fuck out of here? Because we are like 19 days in and we're not even halfway fucking through this case.
I mean, I haven't confirmed this, but Julie makes a good point. Like, are they just using Alessi because like they don't want to be like doing anything when it comes to these like defense? Like, I wonder if they're going to use him in the same manner with the defense witnesses because like they colluded together. Like, I wonder, and like he won't do Russell versus like Arca won't be done by Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wonder how they're going to do that. And like, I haven't confirmed this either, but Julie makes another good point. Like, I don't think he's ever done a trial before.
No, he hasn't.
You know,
he has never done a criminal trial. This is his first. I think
it's very clear to me that he hasn't. I mean, look, it's very clear he has no clue what the actual he's doing.
I mean, I'm listening to him, and he would do a fantastic deposition. I'm not even joking.
That's why Joy just said, like, he's like a nerd tax lawyer, just stay out of litigation and be super smart in office. Like,
yeah, like I mean, like listening to his questions, he sounds like someone who's like basically a fantastic attorney for depositions. I'm not even like,
yeah, that's what I said. Probably great for depositions, like
depositions and civil cases. I think he would, you know, like for like depositions, great. But when it comes to like this and maybe like really, you know, civil cases, stuff like that are really good. I think that's where he really shines. But when it comes to this stuff, it's like he's trying to act like Hank and everyone and Jackson, and it's not going through, man. It's just not coming through.
Right.
I think he's a smart guy. I just think he's not understanding how to kind of focus on
get in and get out procedure.
Yeah.
Why aren't his fellow attorneys in law, you know, people that he has a million of them, like, why the hell haven't any of them been like, all right, Bob, you gotta like, you gotta kind of get in and get out, buddy. You can't keep droving on with this. Like, and the judge, I mean, I'm convinced the judge didn't hear a freaking word Alessi said like the rest of the world, because she's, you know, sustaining objections of things that they brought up on cross that are full, you know, full game for,
well, it was
for
to form. It was
like,
for form. It was a lot of those was to form.
Yeah, like, but one of them was leading and it wasn't leading at all. So I'm like, what? Like,
yeah, but that can easily be changed based upon form. You know what I mean? Like, you can't imply you can't just leave them on. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell. I mean, but that's when you know the defense is really on the hind leg, but when they're just objecting, because they know they fucked up. Right. They know that their whole 4-hour, 5-hour cross is being completely undermined by Hank. And what is he going to do? He's going to recross him, and he's going to waste another 2 hours trying to fucking bore the jury even more. I mean, the fact is that he fucked up. He should have went in there, got the material, not allow Hank to have so much leeway to recross on so much new stuff. And that's the problem. He opens the doors too much for Hank to cross to get in. And Hank kind of expects that. He expects these people to do that. And these guys are falling for his tactic, which is allowing him to open up the doors for a vigorous recross that reminds the jury of the facts of the case, which is 21 to 29 seconds, back up, John's form stops moving. That's pretty much who you're going to remember from this guy. Not his LinkedIn, not updating in 10 years, or the Aperture website not updating, which is, by the way, happens in every single website. You know, I go on a law firm website, there's photos that haven't been updated since fucking 20 years. I mean, are you kidding me? Like, I've seen some lawyers that don't even have hair anymore that have full heads of hair on their fucking websites. So that's a completely different situation.
I mean, it's insane to me. Like what? Mike makes a good point. He said, "B. Tim, Alessi would be perfect for Bullhorn Betty."
Oh my God, he would bore the shit out of her. Like, but the problem is, would you want to pay $500 an hour to this guy to talk all day? Like, Jesus Christ, the billable hours this guy can pull off. Milk.
I know, right? Imagine those billable hours for real, though.
Holy fuck, that guy would make anything long. Phillips, why would you?
She's saying about like the glare. Why would you want people like that sitting with your family? Like,
I don't know, man. The guy is a weirdo. He's walked in with a cane. I don't know if that was a fashion
what?
statement. Yeah.
Did he seriously?
Yeah, he's got a cane. He's got a cane. He's walking in with a fucking cane. And I'm like sitting here, I'm like, guy's falling asleep it's like, okay, grandpa, we need to take you back.
Somebody go get his yarn. He needs to knit a sweater and watch Matlock.
Oh my god. Like he walked in with a cane, he's falling asleep. Alessi, yeah, you might listen. I don't think he's good at criminal matters, but I mean, like, I'm listening to how he lays his foundation and gets into the, and basically warps the data a little bit.
Yeah.
500 is the minimum, I would say, for him. He could be more. I mean, like, you got to realize the guy he's a smart guy, but he's trying, number one, he's trying to be dishonest, disingenuous with the data, and he also is not good with it. Jackson's good at being disingenuous and making it look like, oh, well, Alessi is not. AJ is no slimy trick. So
can you imagine? I bet Nan did tell him that cane would suit him.
Oh my god.
He was like, here's $3,000, get a cane. Like,
why would you ever get first off, I don't understand like some of these content creators that want to be shown in court just sitting in the back row. Like it's like the Johnny Depp trial or some shit like that. And it's like, man, like you people are just dumb. Like if it was me, I would not. I mean, like only time I would say you should go into the courtroom is if like they don't bring in cameras in and you can like literally go outside and just like write notes and shit like that. That makes sense.
So I am going to at least one trial, but it happens to be the Stewart Turtle, and that is something that like I'm going to for a reason. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a reason.
Did you hear his big win? He apparently got some of the lesser charges.
Got a conspiracy, a picketing, and 3 or 4 of the other ones of people that he didn't go to their houses or stuff. Like, okay, buddy, but you're still stuck with like 15 or 17 felony charges.
I think so. And that, to me, it's like, yeah, bro, like you are not, you're in a very bad situation. And
he clearly didn't realize that, like, even though those ones were dismissed, like you filed a motion to dismiss all of them, and the judge looked at all of them and said, "Niente on those ones." Like,
yeah, you're going to court.
No, you're going to trial, sir, on that many felonies. If I were you, I'd be wearing a diaper because I'd be shitting myself.
And the problem is the jury's got to hate him. The jury's got to hate that.
Oh, that's the other thing. Like, he still won't tell the judge. You're going to love this one. Still won't tell the judge whether he wants a jury trial or a judge trial. I think he goes for a judge trial.
That would be the stupidest.
I know it would, but I know that he thinks that those judges are on his side with, I swear to God, are on his side with freedom of speech. So
like his only hope is a jury trial.
Judges are going to find him not guilty. I kid you not, bro.
Yeah, I mean, judges, they're going to look at the letter of the law, and they're going to
the letter of the law here. Whether he thinks it's not like the proper law or not is irrelevant. What is the law?
Wouldn't. I mean, like, even if I would never want a judge as I would always want a jury, because at least with a jury, there's like,
one
you can get lucky. Yeah, you can get lucky and shit. There might be some guy that really likes Turtle Boy or doesn't mind or something like that. I don't know. I'd rather want a jury. It's kind of funny. A guy who his whole tactic was jury manipulation is thinking about not using a jury for his trial.
Swear to God. So the judge is like, yeah, he has until, the day, I think it's June 9th or whatever, to say whether he wants a jury trial or a bench trial. And I believe that he will choose a bench trial, which will be so bad for him. And I'm so here for it.
Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, like, the thing is like, he hoped that Karen Reed is going to be like, not like acquitted. But even if Karen Reed's acquitted, doesn't mean shit for you. Matter of fact, it fucks you over as well.
Yeah, it does. He seems to think that if she's acquitted, that like all of his charges will magically disappear into thin air. Bippity bop, gone. Like, that's how well informed he is.
Yeah.
Wait, somebody got thrown out of court today? Who got thrown out? I don't know. I haven't heard that one yet. Someone got thrown out? Interesting. I want to hear the guilty. I want to hear guilty for all of them. For all of them for her, and then all of them for him.
You know what I'm gonna do? Like what people should do is just basically, you can get a message, an email. You can email someone in jail for whatever.
Oh, I
And
can't wait.
I think this SF Investigates sent this to Betty when she went to jail. He sent FAFO as a letter to her in jail to see, and the message of the guy doing this, with the chart.
Yep.
The fuck around and fuck. That's what you should just do if you get sentenced to like jail for like 10 years.
I love the chart. It's like, fuck around and find out. He's like, it goes here if you fuck around.
Do you think that any of his kids are going to visit him in jail? I don't think so.
Of course not, dude.
I don't think
she's not going to allow that. Like,
yeah, I don't think anyone's going to visit him in jail.
Oh, there'll be a couple idiots, but
yeah, probably the women, the desperate women that think that he's gonna, get a little bit of a turtle.
His entire life revolves around using fake accounts online 24/7. Like he sleeps like 2 hours a night. Okay. He literally spends 24/7 online on accounts, using stock accounts, going here, going there, like doing all sorts of crazy shit. Imagine what happens when you're in jail and his life is over at that point. He can't go online and he can call people and say, I need you to do this, but it doesn't have the same effect. And eventually people forget you exist. Like, don't commit crimes. You don't have to go to jail for it. Just saying. Like, I mean, Eric Walsh was arrested. Did you see that, B-Tim?
Who got arrested?
Erica Walsh, the girl last week who decided she was going to go test the, boundaries of the buffer zone. And they told her she couldn't have that shirt on in dramatic effect. She took the shirt off and walked away in her sports bra instead of just leaving and changing her shirt.
Well, she's a dumbass.
And then said, "Oh!" And then, of course, he made the dramatic post. She was forced to leave in her sports bra. No, she chose to leave in her sports bra. She could have just left.
I don't watch microdocs. He's a paid
Most people don't.
propagandist.
Yeah,
He's a paid propagandist for Karen Reed, and I don't think he's actually like people like that will. The algorithm will pick them up and their channels will grow. It's a sad situation, but
I think change the algorithm is what needs to happen.
The algorithm is about engagement. That's why I always tell you, like, even if people come in here and leave a mean comment or hit the dislike button, it's always good because any engagement is better than no engagement. Yep. And that's why I say, like, so that's why I kind of laugh, like when people like leave mean comments or stuff like that. I'm like, thank you for the engagement. You're welcome. You know what I mean? Thanks. I like the mean comments.
Some of the comments they leave are so ridiculous. Like one will be like, "You work for the Commonwealth," and I'm like, "Can somebody tell me where that money is?"
Oh yeah, you would like that money, please. Send me.
It's not going to me. So where's it going?
Like, but if you go with I think this is a pretty devastating witness, and I think Alessi has fucked up. I think Alessi fucked up.
I kept talking about the event when their whole side is that she didn't hit him. But you're talking about seconds. You're arguing about seconds. Why would the seconds of when she hit him matter or not if you're saying she never hit him?
Yeah, like I can understand that the difference was like 15 minutes, like 10, 15 minutes.
Then
I would say like that would make a huge difference. You know what I mean? That would be something I would be like, whoa, that's not good, But you're talking about seconds, and you're so desperate for every little secret that you're literally misinterpreting data, which to me is wild to me. I think like at this point it shows that these guys are just trying to grasp at anything, and all these like law tubers who seem to be like, I don't know, just like the weirdest motherfuckers I've seen, like literally with their horrible opinions on the case.
The opinions are terrible.
Yeah, they're just not good opinions. And it's like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, I get, the whole LinkedIn and like the website resume is different than the CV. But the big difference is if it was the CV that was fucked up, you know what I mean? That was different. Right. And I would say like, you would have a point. Yeah, that's lying. You're lying under oath, whatever. But the fact is, it's like, all you have is that and basically asking him questions about other people's work and stuff like that. It's like, that's how desperate you are, man. It's getting to the point. It's not good. Not good at all.
I can't. I literally can't. Like their like points are not only ridiculous, but it's like in complete contrast to what every normal person on planet Earth is watching. Okay. So you're literally telling people you didn't see what you saw and you didn't hear what you heard. And that's like the epitome of a cult. It's like telling people that they didn't see what they saw. They didn't hear what they heard. They didn't learn what they learned. You got to listen to what I say, and then repeating mantras. And that's just what they do. You know what I'm saying? And I also, Jennifer, would love to see how the dog fits into all this, considering they've abandoned the dog up until like they've talked about the dog maybe twice. Like, like, I agree with Julie. Like the amount of people being how gullible they are these days, it's concerning. It's seriously concerning. Like I teach my children to critically think and not to just fit anything or everyone into a box. Like there are other ways to think about things. Get creative. Like don't just take what someone says and take it. Do your own research. Make sure you check. Okay. You can't just go based on what someone's telling you. Like we had someone troll in here the other day that was like, well, what about the evidence? I'm open to both sides, blah, blah, blah. We give them the evidence, right? We tell them, what about the phone data and Karen's car data? And you can find that in the first trial. I don't know exactly what day it was, but you can find it if you do your own research. Jesse was monitoring some other shows and sees that same person say that, oh, I went into an anti-free Karen Reed channel and they didn't give me any evidence. They gave me nothing. We reiterated 17 times and then asked also, and they saw the entire thing because they kept commenting, never answering the question and never going to look at the data. And then you have the audacity to go in somewhere else and say, we didn't give you the evidence. We did. We told you where to go look for it. And you chose to do nothing. And then to feel good about yourself, you went into a group of people who you felt like have the same opinion as you and said, well, I went there and they didn't give me anything. Except these are recorded and there for all to see. Anyone can hit the rewind button and see that we showed you where to go get it and told you about it. And yet you went somewhere else, which we have the screenshots of that day, and said, they didn't give us any evidence. They gave me nothing. No, we did. You chose to not listen. Put your fingers in your ears and go, la, 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 la. That's on you. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think I don't know what Mr. Alessi's going to do. I mean, he's not even done Hank. And I think Hank's going to be pretty much hammering it down for another 20, 30 minutes. And then Alessi's going to try to do his week reattempt of maybe he'll ask him a definition from the, dictionary maybe.
Yep.
But the fact is I think like I think the jury is like not really paying attention to Alessi. I mean, if you judge by like most people who are watching this case, most people tune out for Mr. Alessi every single time. And if you're doing that, and I'm doing that sometimes
automatically without even thinking about it, right? Like you're like trying to listen and like your brain just starts like automatically and you're like, wait, focus back in. Like that's what's happening to me. Also, to be fair, John Petro was not the only person reporting that the jury was like falling asleep and not.
I mean, I would be falling asleep.
Christina Rex also reported the same thing.
I mean, you have the glare falling asleep in the back of the fucking
That's
thing.
so funny to me. Did anybody get a screenshot of this? Like,
no, just watch the Karen cam during the Alessi thing. You'll see him like literally dropping. It's fucking
the
hilarious.
Court has made very clear that like we are not to be streaming that Karen cam.
Well, there's people doing that.
I know they are, but I'm not willing to have my small ass channel taken down just to stream it.
So, yeah, but apparently, because of Alessi's, and this is how big of a fuck up Alessi was, because of what Alessi did, and he basically opened the door, it allowed Hank to basically go in and explain how badly the other person mistimed the sync Lexus to phone data. And if he didn't go in, and this is the problem when you go too deep and you don't stop at the best part.
That
and
doubt is now removed.
Now that's removed, and now you're basically fucked. You fucked yourself.
But Alessi seems to do that quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like and any attorney not like zeroing in on that is being disingenuous at best. Like,
yeah, there's sometimes some doors you shouldn't open. And sometimes it's better to take the wins and just keep it moving.
Leave the doubt, dude. Leave it. That's what you want. Yeah, I know the reactions aren't live on the Karen cam because it's not synced, but oh, Sue O'Connell. See, you got to be very careful of what you listen to when it comes to her. And again, I have firsthand experience in her never laying eyes. Julie's here, never laying eyes on us, never speaking a word to us the day we went for the first counter protest. Okay. Yet that night on Canton Confidential, the show on like the news station, she sat there and reported that we were just there to agitate And she reported as if she knew, as if she spoke to us, or if she had even seen us. We had to then call her out on Twitter being like, Sue, we talked to every other reporter there. You were not one of them. We never even laid eyes on you or saw you. And then she had to admit that she never saw us nor spoke to us.
Yeah, you got to realize that a lot of these guys, they're just there for, they have already picked their sides and they're hoping that Karen Reed gets off so they can look good. They don't really care about actually the evidence of the case. There's a lot of evidence that points to this woman's guilt, and not only her guilt, her attempt to cover it up. And it's kind of sad that a lot of these supposed intellectual people who have all these degrees and are so smart, yet can't figure out a simple case of a woman, a drunk, mad lover, backing her car into her boyfriend and then leaving him there to die and then covering it up. And then thinking up of some wackadoo grand conspiracy of a fucking dog and Cullen and Nevercracker and all this crazy shit. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't need to have a fucking bachelor's degree to figure out this is bullshit.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, oh, McDonald's, that sounds good too. I'm still thinking about this grilled cheese and bacon. I kid you not. Yeah, she said she saw us, and then we had to get her to admit she never laid eyes on us ever. So I wouldn't take anything that Sue O'Connell says with anything but a grain of salt, to be honest. And the camera situation is you still can't just restream it because you're on the SJC list. You have to use the pool camera feed, which is what you see Court TV and Law and Crime using. That's the pool camera feed. So you are allowed to use the pool camera. You're not just allowed to stream it just because you're on the SJC. That's not the way it works. Like,
yeah, but I think a lot of people are not really paying attention. You know what I mean? I know they're not supposed to, but whatever.
Yeah, well, I think also some people just want to be the only people streaming it, and I'm just not willing to like go. The court was very clear, you know.
Yeah, why did they outline the whole Karen Cam shit?
I don't know. They got mad, and that's why Law and Crime ended up having to take it down. There was some order about the amount of seconds that they were allowed. This is why there was some about the amount of seconds that they were allowed to stay on any one person.
Yeah, so basically, what they were like 30 minutes, which or 20 minutes.
Well, it was going back and forth, but the problem with that is that the Zoom camera itself stays on the defense table. So
and the
like,
reason
the judge's order is like pool cam can only do a certain amount of seconds.
Let me just like certain courts when they live stream, guys, they have to like, you're not watching like real time what's happening. They're like back. Some of them is like 20 minutes, some of them is 10 minutes, some of them is like seconds. And the reason why is just in case something is shown that they have to edit out really quickly, and they don't want to like get fucked over immediately. You know, like what's, you know, and that's usually what happens sometimes. Like it happened with like, for instance, the Lelani Simon trial. It was like literally 20 minutes back. Because you were dealing with the death of a child, Quentin Simon, who
they want to cut certain things out.
Yeah, you know, like at certain points they were showing bones of the dead child. So yeah, that was.
It's on a delay. So the Zoom camera is on a delay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get why. I totally understand why we don't want to see things that we shouldn't have to. I mean, I couldn't deal in like blood and guts, which is why I chose not to become a doctor, right? Like, not my forte. You know what I mean? Like,
anyway, I
don't want those people to see that.
Anyway, guys, I gotta get out. I got work at 2. I'll see you guys. You have a good one.
Bye, B Tim. See you later.
Yeah.
We always enjoy having B Tim's opinion and having him with us. It's always a great conversation. I mean, here's the thing. Like, we have an immense amount of just people running around spreading misinformation. And that goes for many, many channels. Some people want to make things more exciting. And Julie can, you know, back me up here on this, which is like, you know, you have some channels that want to make things more exciting or more salacious. So people come to their channel to watch it. I refuse to do that. It's the truth is the truth. And if it's not salacious, it's not salacious. If it's not exciting, it's not exciting. I'm not going to make it more by inserting extra like bits of information or making my voice go up like it's so exciting. Like, I'm not going to do either one of those things. If it's exciting, it's exciting. If it's not, it's not. But I am certainly not going to do what other people are willing to do to push that sort of misinformation. I don't care what side you're on, even this side, misinformation hurts people. There is a human toll to pushing misinformation out there. When Sue O'Connell straight up lied, does she know how much harassment that she pushed towards us for people actually believing that? You know what I'm saying? Like, Julie's a good friend of mine. She's known me for a couple of years now. Like, this is nonsensical, like absolute nonsensical. There's no reason for Sue O'Connell to be saying she saw us when she never laid eyes on us, and then had to admit later on that she actually did never see us nor speak to us. Except the funny part is every other journalist or station that was there were talking to us. I literally got stuck in the middle of a circle of just cameras and journalists with microphones, me and Julie, and we're like slowly trying to back out of this sort of, circle. And like, as we're trying to back out, more of them are closing the back, in this large circle around us. And, we're answering as many questions as we can, because we felt at that point, the families hadn't been able to speak out, the witnesses hadn't. And we felt like if there was a time to say something, right? If there was a time to stick up for them and to answer the questions of the media, right now would be that time. Right. And so we did. We didn't want it to be about us too much, which is why we tried to sort of like back out of this large circle of media. But Sue O'Connell was not part of that large circle of media. And we were there for quite some time. She never came down. I talked to Gretchen for a minute, Ted Daniels for a minute, Christina Rex for a minute. Like, I talked to John DePetro a couple times in and out of that circle. But we spoke to many of the journalists there. Sue O'Connell was not one of them. She never even attempted to come down, talk to us, ask a question or anything. Now, mind you, there's like 8 of us and like 100, FKR pom-pom people. And you have the audacity to say that the 8 people that came down wearing blue, right, as a, show of love for the family and witnesses, after these people went the night before to where the family was waiting for a jury verdict, into a private event, and tried to say, oh, we need to get in. And they're like, no, this is a private event. Oh, we need to use the bathroom. No, you can't use the bathroom here. It's a private event. You got to go somewhere else. The cops had to be called. So we decided that night that we were going to go there the next day, because that crossed a line. Okay. And I kid you not when I say had to walk through the depths of hell. We had to walk through these people where they're screaming and yelling at you, throwing things at you, assaulting you. I got assaulted, okay? Water thrown on me, and I didn't care. I was willing to go because it's the right thing to do, right? And they went too far. But imagine saying that the 7 or 8 people there are the ones who went there to instigate, not the 100 or so screaming and yelling at you, throwing things at you. And we tried to find our own little spot, and they still were coming toward us, screaming things at us. Like, this is absurd. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I totally forgot about that. What the hell? I didn't go that time. I was home with my sick kid that time, but yeah, that was the second time, right? That's, you know what I'm saying? That's still on the channel somewhere. It's on there somewhere, but we went for a reason, and it wasn't to instigate. It was our right to protest, just like it's their right to protest. And we're protesting the hate, the anger, the misinformation, and for the families to be peacefully allowed to sit there and wait for a verdict. Okay. I wouldn't speak with her if I was the family or witnesses either. Why would they? She can double and triple down all she wants, but she looks like a fool in the end. You did plan that. Julie's the one who planned the protest, and we all had a group chat, and Julie went out of the group chat and sort of talked to other people and was like, okay, when can we do this? We figured out when, and Julie did a great job of putting it all together. And we really appreciated all the effort that you put into that. To do that, because we met and we walked the back way, and I streamed and we talked about this ahead of time, because every time somebody had gone there before that, they were accused of assault when they hadn't touched anybody. So we knew that if we didn't film, somebody would try to pull that card and try to get someone arrested, because that's what they do, is lie. So we streamed, and we had other people filming from different angles so that didn't happen. And of course, what happened right after we left? Some crazy lunatic in a wheelchair tried to say that we assaulted her, or that I assaulted her, and it's all on camera. All on camera, which clearly she forgot about. So we were right in our assertion that that's what these people do, right? It's so absurd. So absurd. It was smart. It was very smart. Actually, some people disparaged me for streaming it. And I did it for a multitude of reasons. One of those reasons being our safety. The second reason being because there were so many of you that wanted to be there that don't live in the state, that don't live in the country, but they wanted a way to show support. And I believed it was important to allow you that like outlet to be able to support, even if it was just from a live stream being there with us, because you guys had already shown so much love to the families and witnesses. Like, why would I not stream and allow you guys that sort of opening to be a part of being there, even if it's in spirit or on stream? You know, like I thought it was important for you as well, not just for me. Like, and I remember having people saying something about it, like, oh, well, why did you need to? Like, I didn't need to. Number one, it was for safety. And number two, other people wanted to support that don't live here. Like, and they should, and they've been supporting this entire time. So why wouldn't I give them that opportunity as well? Like, I was the one who was assaulted, like, and I believe someone else too, if I'm not mistaken. But like, did I run to, I mean, a cop saw it and walked right over to me. And I spent like, I don't know, a few minutes talking to him, but like, no, I didn't. I can press charges, but like, what's the point? I'm not, you know what I'm saying? What do I go through all of that for? And you know what I mean? Like, do they feel good about themselves about lying and assaulting someone? I mean, hey, clearly they need more help, you know, than anybody can give them. But no, like, I did not file assault charges, nor was I going to ever. If someone decides that it's okay to assault someone, if you put hands on someone, expect hands to be put back on you. It's that simple. They have the right to defend themselves. But I'm not going to run to the police station and be like, they assaulted me. Was I hurt? No. Did I care that much? No. Like, no. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't the Tom show where you run right to the police every time, unless I was hurt or I needed to defend myself, in which I did not. I'm not running to the police station to file assault charges. Like, that's not how I roll. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was utterly ridiculous. Like, it is upsetting, but at the time it was like, you know what? Cool, whatever. It's 90 degrees out. Thanks. Appreciate the water you threw on me. Like, I don't know what I think they thought if they could get it on my phone, right? And that would have been a different thing. Then I would have been civilly suing you for destruction of property. You know what I mean? But that's what they do. They are like little, you know, immature school children. That's what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with, you know, grown adults with critical thinking skills and normal, like, you know, should I or shouldn't I decisions. That's not what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with people who are very unhinged, mentally unwell. They want to belong to something. They want to feel like they're a group to something. Like, I am willing and capable. And just one time, and Jesse is usually here. And I don't know if Jesse's still here now or not, but yeah, like I'm not somebody who will just put up with people's BS and not fight back. There was about 10 seconds before I was probably going to be arrested one day in the courthouse. If you bring that kind of level of threat to me, I will defend myself. I don't care. Like, and poor Julie had to drag me out with 2 other people because that's where we were at, like, at that point. Like, but they're professional bullies. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? That's literally what they do. And I do believe that, like, the cult is ready to, you know, regress as they get stupider and stupider, dealing with the mindset of it's okay to harass, bully, cyber stalk, you know, insult, talk about people's appearance, how much money they make, what they do or don't do. These people don't know you. They don't know me. Like, they don't know our lives. They know nothing about us other than what the sewer turtle, you know, lies about and what they make up. Like, that's it. That's all they know, which is absolutely nothing. So I find it funny they have anything to say about anybody else's life. I don't spend 24/7 on X disparaging other people. If you have to do that in your 40s and your 50s and your 60s, you have no life and you should seek therapy. And it really concerns me that some of these people actually work with, like, people in real life. That's seriously concerning. Seriously concerning. Like, I would be concerned for those people's safety if they ever say something that person doesn't like, or if they ever call them out on their own narcissistic behavior. So, I mean, that's one thing that, like, I think about a lot is those poor people that those people work with on a daily basis. that's really sad. Like, yeah, I mean, hey, it was like 80 something degrees, you threw water, cooled me off. Thanks. Appreciate it. Moving on. Like, you know what I mean? Like the poor cop saw the entire thing and stopped me. Like you could tell he was uncomfortable, you know, it was a state police officer. He was standing right there. So it's so funny when they tried to claim that any one of us assaulted them later on, because A, it's on camera on a multitude of, we had it on 3 different cameras and I was streaming the entire time. And 2, the cop watched the entire thing. So, you know, the amount, but you're talking about people who are willing to lie about something like that. Even clearly knowing that, like, at least some of it's being recorded. They didn't realize that people behind me were also recording. They thought that just anything in front of my camera you could see. I had people behind me recording as well. So I find it funny. Like, but they definitely were trying to destroy my phone. That was the goal there. Like, that was 100% the goal. But they are literal stalkers, and they are unhinged individuals. Like, make no mistake about the things that we deal with when it comes to these people that I don't tell you guys. You can just use your imagination. Like, use your freaking imagination. Like, oh yeah, yep, they want to destroy them. Like, that's, you know, they don't care. They don't give a shit. Like, I do believe the tide turned long ago. And with that ID documentary, whew, even more so. Even more so. We're talking about even Ronnie the juror at this point saying that those clips from Karen would make him lean towards convicting. Now, what does that tell you? And I know some of you were concerned about the jury, and I know some of you are concerned that there could be FKR on the jury, but I want you to remember this. All the reports that I am getting coming from inside that courtroom tell me that that jury is not leaning heavily towards Karen by a long shot. Okay? So that's the number one good thing. And the number 2 good thing is that there's 18 of them. Only 12 of them are actually going to deliberate. So that means 6 of them are not going to be deliberating in this case at all. No, she says she would say it all again. She claims that there's not something she would not say again, although I know that she does not believe that. I think she absolutely regrets them. Is she going to say that publicly? Nope, narcissists don't do that. You know? I mean, I don't blame you, Potluck. If I could lunch, I'd lunch right now too. I mean, Anna's idea of McDonald's doesn't sound too bad. If I had somebody to go get me McDonald's right now, I'd freaking do it too. Like, I'd do it too. Them DoorDash fees are a lot. I cannot afford to do that. I have to do like grocery orders from like Instacart, and like the fees and tips, like that's less groceries. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't drive. So I can tell you that every time the defense gets up there and flouts some cockamamie nonsense, they're either falling asleep when it's Alessi, getting real agitated when it's Alan Jackson, and the only one they sort of listen to has been Yannetti, taking any notes or anything like that. And then when Hank gets up there, they're locked eyes. They're taking notes. They're paying attention. What does that tell you? We've had a couple comments, a couple gasps, a couple mutterings, and none of them are good for her. Ooh, pizza always sounds good. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not going to lie. I like a McDonald's cheeseburger once in a while. I do. I know it's not good for you, and I need to lose like 15 pounds, but still. Well, but still, I like it once in a while. Like, well, that's the thing. I don't think she regrets shit. Oh, yeah. You know, the glare also fell asleep today. Yeah, fell asleep. He also came into court apparently with a cane. I mean, I'm wondering if Nan bought him that. You know, she donates like 500 at a time to some of these channels, buys like all their computer systems and like all the stuff they need to just perpetuate misinformation. So I wouldn't be surprised if she paid for his cane. But Grandpa was taking a nap today in court. Grandpa Glera was taking a nap. So what does that tell you, right? That not even their own side could friggin' stay awake for an Alessi cross, bro. I mean, that's pretty bad. You think the jury is? The Glare can't stay awake and pay attention. You think the jury is? Yeah, I know. Their meals here are like $14-13. It's ridiculous. And like one of the cheaper ones is the 2 cheeseburger meal, which is the one I usually get with like a high C. And it's like $13. It's 14, depending on where you go, plus tax with like if you have it delivered, obviously. It's a little ridiculous. Like 2 of the jurors looked like they were sleeping. We got reports from 2 people inside that say that. And it's just not good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't do mayo on them, but I totally do mayo on the Wendy's ones because they come with mayo, and I'm totally okay with that. But for some reason, I can't put mayo on the McDonald's ones. I don't know why. Like, the fries are good. You don't want to, Inc. Like, when I tell you you don't want to, I literally mean you don't want to. You'll get stupider from watching it. Like, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. His audience has to correct him. Like, it's one thing to have your audience correct you on something that you don't know about, but he knows about absolutely nothing. So they correct him on everything. Like, I know. I think that's by design because it's hilarious. Like, I forget he exists until he says something stupid or harasses someone, and then I say something. Other than that, though, like, he hasn't been in court for like 2 weeks. Like, he was in there again. He's been banned from my channel for a while, but he uses fake sock accounts. Like, yeah, it was from a like a boy riding a turtle in the town square. That's where he came up with it. Like, stupidity. Absolute stupidity. Yes, I can see it. You're a mod, so you can do links. Anybody who's a mod can, or me. It just won't come up if you're not a mod. That's why. I mean, that's how, but why is he even in Kevin's channel? He likes to sit there and say, like, you know, oh, well, Kevin doesn't have cancer, when Kevin very much has cancer. I sent those flowers to the cancer ward. They had to check and make sure he could have them because apparently some people who have cancer are not allowed at some points not to have them for whatever reason. So yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Karen can't invite him. It would be a bad look. Although she has no problem talking to him, which makes no sense. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's all he talks about. Okay, imagine talking about, like, I have some serious concerns about, like, that alone. Like, what? Like, somebody talks about that kind of stuff that much, either you're very, very insecure, or there's something else going on over there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, posted something funny about Alessi. I'm gonna have to check that out. Obviously, send it to me in text message so I can click on it there. Our turtle is vulnerable, weak to attack, and needs protective shell. Speaks to his mental state, in my opinion. That is a friggin' great point, Inc. That is probably the most accurate thing I have heard in a while. Right? Like, he probably didn't even think about it, but, like, deep inside, he is a very weak-minded, very insecure individual. He's not secure in who he is. It's why he bashes everyone else. It's so he'll feel a little bigger every time he does it, because inside he feels about this big. And I mean, that's Psych 101. You don't really need to be a psychologist to know that. If you've ever taken a psych class a day in your life, you kind of know that. It's in the group chat. Good, I'll check. Yeah, I mean, it's gross. Like, it's gross. Like, possibly, like, that would be funny. Imagine. I think we're coming back to court, guys. Do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, donate if you can. The channel really needs your help at this point. I'm asking if you can. I would really appreciate it. We have a link for those of you who don't have any of the payment apps and want to do it via debit or credit. I'll put it in the chat for you guys in case anybody needs it. We have Revolut now for those of you who are out of country. Trisha uses it. Once in a while, I'll get the little Revolut thing that pops up, and it's much better with, like, exchange rates and stuff like that. I can convert it from your monies to my monies on my end. So it's actually very cool. Suitable screening, right?
Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first.
That's what it will be about.
Received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga.
It should be studied.
Document that may refresh your memory.
Yes, there is.
It should be studied for a long time. And you know, if a documentarian ever decides that they want to delve into the psychology of what happened behind the scenes here,
I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
I'd be willing to be a part of that for sure.
Look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Because it's a seriously sick twisted story. You know what I do after this, though. Not everybody else does. How many hours I spend doing what I do. No, nobody else knows about that. Knows about what I do.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described 2 text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the 3-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the 3-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the 3-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the 3-point turn, as well as the end of the 3-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the text stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the 3-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the 3-point turn starts to the time that the 3-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that 3-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you look at, and if you recall yesterday, the heading change, first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction. And then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the 3-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure. So that's going to be the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the 3-point turn does that indicate?
Sure. So that's going to be approximately the end of the 3-point turn. And that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle, and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes. So that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chalk or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. Let's start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that 3-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor, and appreciate an approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no?
Sure. So yes, I can.
Love Five Guys. So good. Sidebar number 7. We do have a Five Guys. There's some all over. I don't know if there's one near me, but they are so good. Their fries are freaking amazing, and their burgers are so good. Milkshakes too. when you come and visit and stay with me, because you're going to come visit, we're going to have like a, yay, you got divorced, like, party. And I have the yard to do it. So, yeah, when you come and visit, we'll go to a Five Guys because they're so good. You would love them. Their fries are the best. Like turtle soup. My grandmother used to talk about turtle soup. They're so good. Yeah, well, that's the thing. If she doesn't go do what they want, it's an immediate sidebar. There should be a no. I used to go to the one in Randolph when I lived near there on the Canton line. But now that I'm further out, I don't know if there's one closer to me. I have to check, but well, I'm sorry, but like every time they lose an objection, she should be like, no. Okay, it's no. It's not happening. Sorry. Like, we're not having a sidebar and a powwow every time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have never seen a judge not stick to their guns and be like, no, I said no. The answer is no. Like, oh, yeah, I told you we're going to have a cookout at my house. So anybody who's in the area, all welcome. When this verdict is guilty, we are having a cookout at my house. My conspiracy chairs have been put together. Like, you might have to bring your own chairs in case I don't have a patio set at the time. I found a patio set for like $106 for like the 4 chairs, the table, and the umbrella on Walmart's website. So I have to save for that because this is going to be over soon. So hopefully, Stella, hopefully, because Dr. Welcher is next. We may not get to him till tomorrow. Like, yeah, also to break up the flow. That's also to break up the flow, 100%. Like, right? Hold my beer, guy. Yes, a cookout. We're going to have a cookout. I have my conspiracy grill that my friend Tracy bought me for Mother's Day, my Blackstone, and my conspiracy chairs put together in my yard. Y'all might have to bring like some other chairs, camping chair, if I don't have like a patio set by then. Should be like, I think 2 weeks probably, I'd guess, until the trial's over. If Hank wraps up Tuesday or Thursday, then it's about less than a week, maybe a week for the defense. Listen, yeah, you can come for all the parties, all of them. Oh, I wouldn't be able to do that, Joy. God bless you, my friend. I could not live with my ex-husband. No chance. 0 chance I could live with my ex-husband. Nope. I have this shirt that says, piss me off again, we'll play a new game called Duck Duck Tape. That rings true. Make me live with my ex-husband and his mouth might be duck duck taped. Like, I still have your dog's Christmas gift. Okay? And yours, for that matter. Like, for that matter. We could do that too. It might rain, but then we get one of those easy ups. You know, they have those tents that are like 11 by 11 or 12 by 12 or 13 by 13. And if it rains, you're under there. So it doesn't matter. I mean, I do have like a screen house sort of thing that'll keep us out of the rain that I bought like 2 years ago for like camping and doing the Saco trip on the river. So I do have that. That will keep us not wet if it rains. Oh, yeah. See, I couldn't do that. You guys are brave. No chance I could do that. None. 0. Not with my ex-husband, at least. No chance. No, we have to. We're going to. It's happening. I have the space to do it. We didn't have the yard last time to do it, or the space. We do now.
Can we go back to slide 40, please?
Oh, you poor things. I mean, it does rain here too, but probably not as much as it does there. For sure.
In reaching your conclusion about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Overruled.
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
We now have number 43. Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way. Because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, we're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn?
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12. And that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now, again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question? So I
Sure. You
understand.
said a window is captured during a triggering event.
Sure. Yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09, where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. but that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have around this time any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12/32/16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions. All right, I can approach later or now.
So we can approach again.
Well, that's number 8. Not sure why she wants him to approach again for no reason whatsoever. Cool. Number 8, y'all. And I said 9, so we may go past 9. So funny. Oh, I love sitting outside. It's cool here today. It's cold. That's why I have my sweatshirt on. It's not warm like it has been. It's going to be cold for the next couple of days. So it's like the wind is cold. It's cool. It's a good question. Why is she on Tinder? Like, why? Again, there she is at the computer. Alan Jackson. Yeah, he lies, right? Because like Sewer Turtle said so. Like from the sewers with all the shit where he lurks in the sewer. Pack your bag. You know, it might be Tequila Mockingbird. It might be, you know, getting their steps in back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This is freaking absurd. I've never seen anything like it. We usually guess at the beginning of each day how many sidebars, and our guesses are usually anywhere between 8 to like 16-ish. And that's absurd for every single day. Like, that's nuts. That's absolutely nuts. I would be super happy if you guys would do that. Oh, yeah, because of the light. Yeah, it's really like cloudy here today. So thankfully sunlight isn't a problem. But I like to sit outside too. And it's either it's too hot. I have POTS, so like the really extreme heat makes me feel like I'm gonna pass out. I know, right? Alan just sits behind, I guess. It's probably because I don't know why. That's kind of weird. Usually all the lawyers, including Karen, do they just decide that Karen's not going to get up anymore? It's not a good look. Like, you guys knew that a while ago. Like, definitely a boss. Did I not tell you, Julie? Did I not tell you? I told you. I told you. Like, I want to pick his brain so badly. Like, I told you guys at the beginning of all this to pay attention to him, that he just knows what he's doing, right? Like, you could probably listen to him all day. It's very, like, takes a scalpel to it. Like, in, gets out. Like, makes those points, stitches that shit back up. Like, yeah, the fancy water. Fancy water we can't afford. Why would you, like, why buy water that has like a fancy label that's like $3 more than just water? It's still water in the bottle. Just saying. Like, it's still water in the bottle. Like, yeah, I you would think that you wouldn't have like an online Tinder profile at this point, you know? Like, 91, dang. It's not even going to hit 65 today. I mean, I guess so. He needs his neck pillow, though. Potluck. He needs his neck pillow. Yeah, mine was 9. And that's the next number we got. We're at 8. Oh, yeah. I know a lot of people have been like trying to like freeze and zoom to see what the hell is so important, you know? Like, what is so? Oh, he's awake. He has woken up, everyone. He is now awake with his cane. with an actual cane. That's real life. He has a cane. I just, what? Who told him he would look cool with a cane? I can't. I literally can't. Right? Zoom and enhance, God damn it. If I just do this, will my screen go forward? Kidding. Obviously kidding.
Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Move into evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, loud.
Oh, that's too much. That is too much for me, Mama Bree. I don't know how you do it. I need vapes though. They don't sell flavored vapes in Massachusetts anymore. And it's really hard for me to get these now because Rhode Island doesn't sell them anymore. So I got to figure out a different way to be able to get these things.
Right. Once we get these marked,
Right, Sarah? I appreciate it too because these people don't have to go through hell. Mm.
192 A, B, and C.
all right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir.
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so
No,
it was a
never
case
used
that
dating
you did participate in, correct?
Yes,
Never
I did.
used a
And
dating
what
app
was
ever.
your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification,
Okay.
please.
Exhibit EEE for ID.
These are vapes, flavored vapes, but vapes. They don't sell flavored ones anymore. I like the flavors.
Present to the
It's
witness,
smoking.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure. As
Thank
long as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll take it even farther.
Just suck it down. Nobody will notice. You can swallow it. It's vapor. When I'm in a store, sometimes I'll like unconsciously literally put my lips to it and suck on it and be like, oh shit, I'm in a store. Just swallow it.
Mr. Burgess,
It's hard. Pull it in my sleeve. Me too.
with
Put it in.
regard to
Justice for
Exhibit
John.
EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you,
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did, but I want to make sure.
And just let me know if we need to move.
We will, Your Honor. Thank you. Can I mark each of
Yes.
these for identification?
I got yeeted.
Yep.
Let me just give one first.
I don't, Joy. I don't use the Jewel ones. I use Geek Bar. They don't have enough flavor. I use Geek Bar. But thank you for the offer. I appreciate it.
I want to see if this is the second page for that.
I'd have to think by now the jury
It is,
definitely
so it can be marked as one
sees
document.
through this bullshit. For sure. I'm not really sure. I wish I could answer that. I don't know why she allows half the stuff she does. To be honest, I've never seen it.
Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification, and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed is represented in EEE as a
He did.
filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Clean
Correct.
up.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education. Objection.
Yeah, objection is right.
Stays.
Do you,
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
over.
Your Honor. I will.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God, this would be number 9. Why? Why is she even giving him the option? You want to bring it over to the sidebar? No. my God, he didn't. He wants to be with the cool kids. You didn't know? It's so pathetic. Like, right? That's smart. That's smart. Just straight nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all they can do is like personal attacks. They can't like, and you don't think the jury is wondering why you're just personally attacking him and you're not actually going after the work he did? Jury's not dumb, dude. Yeah, Hank cleared it up in about 3 questions, maybe 4. He was like, do you have control over what Aperture puts on the website? No. Has anything you brought to the court been wrong? No. When was the last time you looked at your LinkedIn? Probably 10 years ago he made it. Like, it was a quick boom, bang, bang fix of the nonsense. Like, I can't do the lozenges. I've tried. I can't do them. Once in a blue moon I can, but it is, and it definitely shows 100%. Before I even knew this, I think today, Julie told me that it is his first one. I had never confirmed that. I could just tell. And that's why I said, like, it seems to me as if this is his first trial ever, because it shows. And you can tell, like, you can tell he's not seasoned in doing this. Like, he's not a criminal lawyer. That's why I don't know why they hired him, to be honest. I would have fired him a while ago. Yeah, she has done absolutely zero. Why is she there? Like, literally, why is she there? She's just there to be there? I'm confused here. And where's Victoria George? Where'd she go? Like, where's Waldo? Where's Victoria George? This is coma worthy. You got that right. Like, you got that right. Absolutely nothing. Not a damn thing. Trying to make her look softer by having a woman there? I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. Right? Yeah, well, of course, that's what they're implying. Oh, yeah. Can somebody send the link for the Discord? I hate this. Massachusetts and Rhode Island decided no more flavored vapes. Like, you guys suck. Geek Bar is my favorite. It's a very full flavor. And I have maybe 4 or 5 flavors that I like. Some of the other ones are really gross. And of course, they're out of all the more popular ones that I get. They have like Metamoon and like the gross ones no one buys. Like, they cannot get the good ones anymore. Like, oh yeah, like very quickly. It was like bing, bang, boom. Yeah, that's spray paint for that rotary cut right about here. Oh, I don't know why the judge does half of what she does here, Dougie. And other attorneys that I've spoken to, like Joy and other attorneys, like they've never seen anything like this before. They have no idea why the judge is allowing certain things or what she's doing. How are you feeling, Ash? How are you feeling? Did they fix you? I thought she was going to too, or maybe the kids, but she didn't.
Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to be a little close in proximity. Sure. Bear with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case. Okay. Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated?
Alessi's working for free.
Documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members.
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
At Aperture.
Right. Correct. Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself.
Got your temperature down.
You were aware
God.
that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically,
What was the point?
With regard to,
I'm confused. What was the point?
EEE for identification with these court filings, etc. Even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamp,
It's not normal.
that the submission that was
Not
made
here.
to the court to establish your status and as an expert witness consisted of exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
I'm in
Yes.
Massachusetts. And this is not normal.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and FFF into evidence.
You need one more step, Mr.
And sir, do
Still objection.
EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent
I collect Lego
the
minifigures.
submission of documents
I'm a nerd.
in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes,
love
as far
Lego
as I
Mini.
can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it over
May I get her briefing?
here. Yes, come on up. Bring those, please, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sidebar. Well, we're past 9. We're into 10. Here we go. Yeah, insane to me. They should put the whole report into evidence. It should be objected to. This has nothing to do with literally anything at all. Like, at all. Not even a little. Like, Lena wants to know what you're referring to. I'm glad that your temp is down. That is a good thing. I was worried. No, it's not procedural in here to have an objection go to sidebar every single time. No. Nope. They do that and they use the federal protection order as like an excuse, basically. Like, which is ridiculous. Like, well, he's not. He's working pro bono. He's working for free. He said he took this for free. She had to have been shit-canned, right? Like, I have to check again. Her sister wives don't approve. A lot of hot air. Hank gave it like an hour and pretty much debunked everything he did all day. Right? She must have found out the truth being on that defense team and realized she needed to get the fuck out of there. Oh, okay. Of course. Thank you.
May I reapproach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm not a fan of the strawberry banana. And I love banana, but I don't know why. I've tried that one. My friend got it. I don't like it. I like the oh my god blow pop, the sour apple blow pop, regular blow pop.
So what I would like to
Those are my
do,
3
Your Honor,
favorites.
at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit EEE and Exhibit FFF.
Probably that too.
As one exhibit?
As one exhibit.
All right, we'll do that.
That time definitely has passed. It was a very good woods. The conspiracy strategy. It only did work the first time around. I didn't think it was ever going to work. And it didn't even work the first time around. Yep, he's working for free. I know. Poor Mr. Burgess, dude. He's like ready to get left alone. Like,
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you
The
what is
judge.
now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the 4th page, which is your CV. And further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS.
better be.
Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General
I don't know.
Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama,
It's improper.
2024. Did I read that correctly?
Look at him looking
You
at the
did
jury.
read that
standing
correctly.
next to the witness, like,
And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to
it's improper to be over him like that. He can read it
just for a
himself.
moment, Your Honor, give
Not
it
an
to the
idiot.
witness as needed. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be 2, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183.
I don't collect mine
Let's
either, potluck.
expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been to publish as well?
No,
So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about.
Yeah, but your
So
link.
the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion. And
Oh, yeah,
sir,
he definitely is.
Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section.
I do have the best mods. I love my mods. Julie's
Now-
close friend.
Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I
And
did.
your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV. And in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now,
I'm a
you
nerd.
stated, and
Triple
now
E.
what I'd like to do is do is there any
Only the minifigures, though.
qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS qualifications at
I
all,
love them.
explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there. There's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184.
Quarantine him. Quarantine Alessi. Exactly.
Now, in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193.
I don't like the minifigures, but they're my favorite. So if
There
I'm
is
thinking
no
about a
currently
gift, I
pursuing.
love the Lego minifigures.
There, is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023. So that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
I have no idea.
So this document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You
They didn't allow it
know
last time.
how to write.
Last trial.
Let's go back to 183 and 184.
It wasn't allowed in the first trial. I'm not really sure why they're allowing it in the second.
You know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, it's sustained.
In that form, no, at
You
all.
intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that
Yes.
anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the reader, so it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustained.
Objection is right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
I wrote it down. I wrote it down this time. I wrote it down. Right.
You
which means
stated
it was a
again,
mistake.
sir, that you have not filed a
Expected.
document that
Exactly, an expected
misstates
date.
your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree
Love you.
at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelor's of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is
Love you,
clear
Nikitty.
from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
I love you. It is a known acronym.
Let's go back
and it is-
to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
that he didn't write himself, that his company did.
That's it.
Oh my God, they made mistakes. That they made mistakes.
Okay.
Do it, Hank. Do it. Context is super important. Remember that. I love
The
Unikitty.
document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
Well,
we'll strike that.
okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023 and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you
You can
expected,
change.
did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So
Objection, Your Honor, still.
No, I'm going to allow it.
It's in the scope. Sorry.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So
Yep.
as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Yep.
Did
Shocker.
you ever represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
No further.
Are you kidding?
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play a number of clips. If I can
Oh,
begin with
shit.
clip 23.
Clips that ruin it all for Karen. Let's do it. I'm compromised immune. I have no immune. Neither does my daughter. So that's
So we approach
I feel
from the north, we actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, and you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
she admits it's 12:41. She's getting to the
Finally,
house.
clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Oh, 12:30, like 12:32,
Thank you.
3-ish.
I have these for submission into evidence, right?
194.
You expect this time?
Yes, sir. I'm calling. Call Miss Christina Hanley to the stand.
What? Welcher was supposed to be next. I'm confused. Okay. Interesting. Maybe he's using him last? Like what? It's definitely not out of the scope on that last one. Like what? Welcher was supposed to be next. It looks like Hanley's next now. Right? Emotional harm. Definitely Alessi has caused me emotional harm for sure.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good afternoon.
Right? Nobody should ever be ashamed for getting it done. I don't care if it takes you 20 years.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Miss Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to, I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with the concentration in forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the Drug Identification Unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the Trace Unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a forensic scientist 2 to a forensic scientist 3 in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Miss Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines. In my unit, I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in Trace. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
So it's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial.
Now, you mentioned earlier in the testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So a forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the trace unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing trace items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the trace unit within the lab?
So I'm responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the trace disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you as a supervisor, you review other analysts' work within the trace unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of trace analysis that you do?
So depending on what the subdiscipline, some of the casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes. And then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the bench top as well as the tools that I'm going to use are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIM system keeps track of all of that. So we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it would be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. It's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could, please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. A refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
What is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and it is an analytical tool that we use to analyze certain types of samples. Essentially, a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
Now, you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
So a polarized light microscope it's a microscope that just has a couple of filters in it that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and make observations of certain optical properties of samples.
And how are you utilizing that instrument in your analysis in the lab?
So it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Now, do you document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hanley, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also given items for some items of plastic for comparison.
Now, starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes, so I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3, which was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the road.
And now if we could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges, and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of a vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA3GC684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how are they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E. And I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the GREM instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, the 9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of one piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item 7-14?
7-14 was just one piece of glass.
And did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit. So that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your examination of that item 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the GRIM instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical match is if an item is broken and those pieces are compared to each other, and their broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were, I believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2. After I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper. And there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison. And there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
Well, that blows my 9 out of the water. We're on to number 10, y'all. It's 11, my bad, not 10, 11. Right? To say, can you wrap it up in 20 minutes? If you can't, let's just let them go for the day. Now, earlier and earlier, every goddamn day, 7 minutes, then 10 minutes, then 15. Oh, it's been a long day. You guys don't even start at 9. You don't go until 5, which is so ridiculous to me. Like, so ridiculous. It might have been that it was expired last time. I had to make a new one. Sometimes they expire for Discord, but I know you would get a kick out of it for sure. We have like a pet section, a meme section, cases in different case sections. It's nice. Definitely nice. These sidebars are like the longest sidebars on planet Earth. Like, what is happening? Right? We're gonna go backwards in time. That's what's gonna happen. Woosa, woosa, goose fraba. Yeah, for real though. For real though. For realsies. For realsies. Still ridiculousness. Yeah, the app is probably quicker. Definitely quicker. Yeah, the long morning breaks. Those breaks are long. They're supposed to be 15 minutes. And they get longer and longer every day. Yeah, ridiculous is definitely an understatement. But while we're all waiting, why doesn't everybody make sure they hit the like button, the subscribe button? If you already subscribed, make sure you are still subscribed. Sometimes YouTube will literally unsubscribe you from things if it thinks that your channel, because everybody's profile is a channel on YouTube, isn't active enough or only talks in one thing. It'll think you're spam, so it'll like unsubscribe you from things. It's done it to me before, and I'm like, why is it unsubscribing me? And why am I? Well, I realize it when I realize I'm not getting the notifications for that channel anymore. And then I'm like, I haven't got a notification for that channel in a while, and I go back and check, and it's unsubscribed because YouTube unsubscribed it. They need to fix that because I think that's just ridiculous. But it's their way to try to keep like fake engagement down, but it does it to real people, so that's not cool. Everything YouTube does is utterly absurd and ridiculous. But hey, you know, whatever. Like, whatever.
So Jersey
right?
A long day. So
yep. See?
Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow, but a little bit later in the day, and the victim of the house can tell you the time. All right, so folks, we're going to end for today. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media use. Thank you. So Ms. Hanley, after the jury trial.
All rise to the court, please.
I call BS on that as well. How can you keep being ahead of schedule if you're constantly telling them to go. We're always ahead of schedule. It was 11, right? 11 sidebars. That's what we had. So whoever gets 11, you hit in the 20, because I always get to 11, but today I was like, oh, I'm going to lower it to 9. Wow, what a dummy I am. I should have kept it at 11. Just saying. Like, because it was exactly 11 today. Like, right? So much for midnight. Well, they're doing something. I don't know what they're doing.
You don't need me for anything, right? We're all set?
We're all set. Thank you.
No, she can't. Nope. It's absurd. She's like, can't get out of there fast enough. You don't need me for nothing, right? Okay, goodbye. Nope, can't listen to you guys. Sorry. She is. They should go till 5. Court here in Massachusetts never goes till 5. And to me, it's just lazy. It's lazy. You know what I'm saying? It's lazy. I'm actually fixing my store today to include shirts and other things that say I'm a McAlbert or I'm all the McAlberts. So that should be up and running tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that. Trying to do a couple things today, but I also have an appointment today in about half an hour or so. Right? It's so ridiculous. Like, Karen is convicting Karen at this point. Like, yeah, we missed an entire day for Karen, who needed a day off after she was drinking. I also have Twas-Been shirts in my store for the husbands of our Twisted Tragedies family. Get them a Twas-Been shirt or Twas-Been hat. They might like it. We even have doggy clothes. Like, we even have doggy clothes. But I'm working on it. I'm always working on something, I feel like. I'm always working on something. So I'm working on that. There's not really much to talk about because we talked about it mostly at lunch. Hank did an amazing 20 minutes or so of just boom, 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 debunk. Karen clip, Karen telling on herself, dry snitching on herself. She should have listened to Jen Grave. She should have listened to Jen and shut the F up. You know what I'm saying? Like, she didn't know how to shut the F up. She still can't shut the F up. And it's not really helping her now, is it? It's not really helping her. Something just popped up. I want to see if this works. Let's see. Live comments from viewers will appear off screen during your stream. Hey, look, it's a beta version, guys. The comments pop up in the corner. I like this. This is kind of cool. It's very small, so most people can't see it. Obviously, I will not have that on during trial because it takes up part of the screen. But that is very cool. I'm not going to lie. Like, that is cool. Like, yeah, same bat time, same bat channel, of course. But before we go, make sure you all hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. It's very helpful to the channel. If you'd like to make a donation, these are the ways to do so. We have Cash App, we have Venmo, we have PayPal, we have Revolut, and we have an Apple Pay link. We have a link for those of you who just want to do it debit or credit. We're working on the monetization for YouTube. I checked again today and nothing. Hopefully soon, fingers crossed. I'm working on the channel's store to get some merch out there. I'm trying to come up with different options to sort of keep us running, keep us going. So I'm working on it. I'm always working on something. So there's Peggy. There's Peggy O'Keefe. She probably couldn't get out of there fast enough, definitely, for sure. And I don't blame her. You know, if I was her, I'd want the frig out of there as fast as humanly possible anyway, you know? I feel like Karen's already proved herself guilty on at least 2 of those charges. And, you know, only 12 of those jurors are going to deliberate. Like, it is, right? You know, you can also comment just on the video when it's not, you know, live anymore. A lot of people do. We have a lot of people who catch us on the restream, or our replay crew, as I call it. I absolutely love my replay crew. They're very important to the channel too, because we need people to be watching it when it's not live anymore and commenting on it when it's not live anymore. The comments push the algorithm. The more comments you have and the more engagement and likes on that, you know, YouTube pushes it out to other people, and we want that. So as always, if you make a donation when I'm not live anymore, I will read it in the morning. I will see you guys, just like Anna said, same bat time, same bat channel. I love your stinking faces. And 8:30 in the morning, as always, we will see you guys in the morning. And in the meantime, you can always get a hold of me, twistedstrategies3@gmail. And also you can find me Discord, Twitter, Facebook. Fastest way to get a hold of me, I'd say, is email or text or phone if you have my number, or Discord. I'm a little slow when it comes to Twitter and a little slow when it comes to Facebook. Faster with Facebook than I am Twitter, but you can always get a hold of me and I will always answer. Julie will tell you, I'll literally always answer. It might take me a minute sometimes, but I always answer. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you all 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.